I'm here. Hey guys. Oh, hold on one second. Taking these off. I'm going to read a couple articles first. And I tend to scream when I have those headphones in. I talk really loud. How's everybody doing? I feel extra tired, man. So tired today. I cannot wake up. I still have this from the other day. I never finished it. I forgot to put something over it. I wonder. I get nervous if there's like a spider in there or something. Anyway, how's everybody doing? Who do we got in here? Hey paralegal, Casey. Hey, just Alice. Darth in the house. Surth River. Yeah. So virtual babas. So I found a couple articles. Like I can't confirm this stuff's true. That's why I put a question mark about the girlfriend. So I don't know, but supposedly this Megan Harris, or I mean, I can't even confirm this is his girlfriend. I don't know where this came from because so it's I guess it's the girl that's in the picture with him. That one picture. I had show they're like in their bathing suits or whatever. I showed it yesterday. Um, so I don't know if that's coming from a real spot where they're like, that's his girlfriend. Supposedly she's pregnant. Supposedly she's not. Uh, Allegedly, I should say. Allegedly, she's not. They don't know where she's at or something. So people are like start saying like, did they arrest her? Which I don't. I think that's just rumors. But there was an article. There was actually two articles that talk about that they picked her up and she had their passports and two tickets to Thailand. It might be not. I mean, just might be some freaking news place making stuff up. So I can't confirm it. Allegedly, sister. What? Hold on, let me see. Maybe it was. Hold on. Maybe I just mistake that one. Hold on. I have the one in the thumbnail. Give me 1 minute. Oh, we're talking about Luigi, guys. Somebody asked what this is about. We're gonna talk about Luigi Mangione. I thought that didn't look like her. Okay. I thought that so the one where there's a picture of him with her is probably I don't know who it is. I was wondering because look, hold on, let me show you. So supposedly they're saying this is Megan Harris or whatever. And then another article, maybe they just had a picture of him up and I just assumed that's what they were saying. That girl in the bathing suit was him. Because it was an article about her. And one of the pictures was him with the girl with the bathing suit. But I kept like going back and forth, like, dude, gosh, she looks a lot different. So maybe that was his sister. I don't know. I have to go back and look. But this is supposedly her. Wait, what was told, Danny? Sister, not girlfriend. Oh, this. Hold on. Let me read what you're saying. Man, I am so tired right now. I was bent over and came up. I have like 2 inches. Oh, gosh. Wait, what? Oh, hey, Pug Mom. Thank you. Let me bring up a picture of his sisters. Hold on. Because now I want to compare here. Hold on. Let me bring up my other thing. So maybe we don't have a picture of this girl then, I guess. Maybe I was just assuming because they put those pictures up. Hold on. Let me find a picture with all of them in there. Like his two sisters and his parents. Hold on 1 second. There was a few of them that I had yesterday. Because he looks just like his sisters in some of them, remember? Or no. His sisters look alike. That's what it was, right? Hold on. Here's okay. Is that hold on, let me see, guys. Yeah, I guess that one for sure is. This one for sure is her. Yeah. But let me see. I had a bunch. Here's another one. Now that one's a little bit more, I guess. Well, then dang it, we need to find who this Megan is. So they probably just don't have a picture of her and they're just putting up pictures of uh hold on, I want to see something. Because this was his stuff on Facebook before. I want to see if there's anybody that looks like it could be with him. I don't know. Let me read you the articles. Like I said, this is just allegedly. I don't know where it came from. I really don't. There might not be anything to it, but I still want to go over other stuff regardless. I just thought that was interesting to read too. There's two different articles that talk about it, but the two articles aren't any like big articles that or big companies, news companies that we usually read from. So it might not be. Yeah. Does anybody know who this Megan Harris is then? Oh, okay. An insider? Wait, what? Like an inside source, I meant. Yes, that was a close call. What are you saying, Danny B, about an inside source though? What about it? Stop leaving. All right, let me take these down then. Okay. Man, my eyes are freaking burning, guys. All right, let me bring up. I'll read those two articles first because those are just the allegedly stuff that there might not be anything to it. Maybe who freaking knows? And then we'll get to the stuff that actually is more factual based. Okay, so where are they? We got girlfriend. We got two of them. So this one and well, whoever's talking about that inside source, did you hear anything about the girlfriend? Is there any truth to that or no? Because I have no inside source. I don't know. All I know is they popped up when I was looking through stuff. I don't know. I was asking this Danny where you at. Danny B. I think they said they had inside source. I don't even know what you're talking about, Danny. Let me know. Okay. So trending the mystery surrounding Luigi's and his alleged girlfriend Megan Harris. Don't know. Um, all right. So it says speculate. Here, let me make that bigger, guys. Hold on. That's pretty small. Oh wait, I did it the opposite. Okay. Speculation surround Luigi's alleged romantic relationship with Megan Harris. He reportedly underwent back surgery to treat a painful spinal condition that hampered his ability to pursue romantic relationships. His grandfather, Nicholas Mangione, was a self made multimillionaire and entrepreneur. Luigi, who was recently arrested in connection with the fatal shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, has drawn significant attention not only for his legal troubles, but also for the speculation surrounding his personal life. The speculation about his alleged relationship with Megan Harris continues to intrigue the public. While there are no official confirmations, some believe Megan to be Luigi's girlfriend based on subtle hints and widespread curiosity. Information about Megan is scarce, with limited details about her early professional career and the start of their relationship. However, reports suggest that Luigi underwent back surgery to address a painful spinal condition. This injury not only stopped him from surfing, but also reportedly hampered his romantic life. He allegedly shared with his landlord in Hawaii that his condition made it difficult for him to pursue a relationship. This revelation has added complexity to the rumors about his connection with Megan Harris. While these rumors continue to circulate, neither Luigi nor Megan has publicly commented on their relationship. For now, the details of their bond remain a mystery, leaving the public intrigued and searching for answers. But they're no, hold on. Born on 9/6, let's see, we have 1998 in Tulsa, Maryland. He's the son of his father, Louis Mangione, and his mother, Kathleen. His father, Louis, is one of five sons of the late Nicholas Mangione, a celebrated real estate developer. His sister, Maria Santa, works as a physician at the University of Texas, Southwestern, while his other sister, Luciana, excels as a visual artist. Luigi graduated as valedictorian from the Gilman School in Baltimore in 2016. He later pursued his academic passion at the University of Pennsylvania, earning a bachelor's and master's degree in engineering and computer science in 2020. The Mangione family roots in Maryland are deeply tied to the success of Nicholas, Luigi's grandfather, who passed away in 2008. Nick was a self-made multimillionaire, sorry, with an entrepreneurial spirit, owning a country clubs, nursing homes, and radio stations. One of his signature accomplishments was the acquisition of Turf Valley Resort, a luxury retreat and conference center outside Baltimore, which he transformed after purchasing it in 1978. The family's real estate holdings have expanded over the years, including notable properties like Turf Valley Resort, a 220-room hotel surrounded by 1,000 acres and two golf courses, and Hayfields Country Club, which they purchased in 1986. In addition, Nick founded Lorian Health Services, a nursing home and assisted living company with 9 locations, which remains family operated. Managing these properties has been a collaborative family effort. Luigi's uncle serves as the general manager of the Turf Valley Resort, while other family members oversee their extensive business ventures, including hotels, subdivisions, and nursing homes. Luigi is one of the 37 grandchildren of Nicholas. His grandparents, Nicholas and Mary Cuba Mangione, were business pioneers and generous philanthropists. Through the Mangione Family Foundation, they donated to Catholic organizations, colleges, and arts, leaving an indelible mark on their community. What I was thinking though, if they like are multimillionaires, why wasn't the mother able to just pay for the like, you know what I'm saying? Pay the difference to get whatever she needed. I mean, if they're millionaires and she was in that much pain, I know I'm not saying that that's right. She has insurance. It shouldn't have to wait for prior authorizations. I know all that. Like I remember even working in the pharmacy, people would have to wait for prior authorizations from their insurance, and then it takes forever, or sometimes it doesn't go through right and they have to redo it, or they get denied and they have to go try to redo it again, and it's a pain. I know it is. It was a pain for us to have to like try to like work our way and figure out, what steps we could do to help our patients, because I mean, yeah, I mean, I get it, but I mean, you would think so, like if it was something that painful, like they would have just taken care of it, right? Not an excuse, but it's just like when your quality of life is that bad and you have millions of dollars, I mean, why not just, why wouldn't they if it's that bad, right? Or no? Am I looking at it weird? Anyway, so 2023, where are we at? Luigi's grandmother passed away in 2023, marking an end of an era for the family. The Mangione family's influence also extends into public service, with Luigi's cousin Nino serving as a Republican Maryland state legislator. The Mangione's family legacy in Maryland is marked by their business ventures, philanthropic efforts. Yeah, but oh, okay. So you're saying maybe the parents don't have it? Is that what you're saying? Wait, my father has money because he never spends money. I'm broke. It isn't always as it seems. Just because his parents have money doesn't mean he does. No, I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about if you read his manifesto, it almost like was really, I feel like the more the focus was on his mother's pain and what he had to witness with his mother. Like that seems like that was a bigger tool than what he's going through as far as like in that manifesto, right? I'm saying like the mother, why wouldn't the mother have maybe taken care of it? Not him. Now his pain is a whole other story, but he for his, I don't remember in the manifesto him saying that his stuff wasn't covered. It wasn't it the mother that had to go through I have to read it again, but if I'm remembering right, it was the mother that had to go through all this stuff and then they wouldn't do it. And then of course he did touch on his back pain, but his back pain, I don't think he mentioned anything about the insurance denying on his stuff, right? If I'm remembering right, we'll read through it later. But okay, so people are known to be cheap, yeah. All right, so yeah, so let me bring up that other article where it talks about dang it, I'm tired. Okay. I'm hoping I just get like a burst of energy here. Where's the other one? Oh, here it is, right here. Okay. So it says Luigi Mangione's girlfriend is pregnant and arrested, which I mean, I don't know if there's any proof of that. Like, I don't know. For them to say it like a fact is a little bit concerning. As far as like, do I trust this this article? Because obviously there's no confirmation of that. But anyway, it says Luigi's girlfriend Megan, along with his parents, have gone missing since yesterday. The suspect linked to the United Healthcare CEO has been identified as Mangione, a radical anti-capitalist climate activist and former Ivy League student who was taken into custody today. Luigi suggests the 8,000 in cash and 60,000 in foreign currency found on him during his arrest was planted. So is that what he's saying? According to the post from a now deleted account on 4chan, this is the same cash seized from a famous TV host during his detention at LAX 2 days ago. So is that what they're saying? He's saying that that's what it is? I don't know. And then we could click on that later. I already read this too, so I don't know. It's kind of confusing in a way, but so Luigi's girlfriend, Mangione and Megan have been dating for the past 2 years. The two studied computer science at Penn. Megan is currently 5 months pregnant. She was last seen by her friends getting into an Uber. However, reports suggest that Megan was arrested and her backpack contained both her and Mangione's passports, along with tickets to Thailand. Oh, fake ones? I know, I think the one I read was real. I read it a couple days ago. I'm pretty sure that's the one that everybody is reading. I mean, I could be wrong. I'd have to go double check, but I think that's the one people are like all the big news stations are saying is legit. But I mean, I guess I mean, we won't know until they officially say that, I guess. But I've only seen the one, to be honest. Is there a bunch going around? I actually only seen the one that I read. Huh. Yeah, this about the girlfriend, I'm not saying this is just allegedly. I just thought I don't know where this is coming from, but the manifesto though, I'm pretty sure that was the real manifesto that we read. Um anyway, yeah, so this I mean, it says Megan could face serious charges, including aiding and abetting or conspiracy, if authorities link her possession of a passport and tickets to Thailand to an attempt to help Mangione flee. These charges could result in 5 to 10 years in prison. And then it just goes on to talk about the family. So it says that according to estimates, Luigi Mangione has a net worth of 5 million. I don't know. Because they're saying he does, like Luigi. I don't know where they're getting that. Let's see. His parents, father is Antonio, and his mother Lucia. His grandparents hail from a small village near Palermo, Sicily. Antonio and Elena migrated to the United States in the late 1980s. Antonio owns 4 restaurants in Pennsylvania. Mangione was apprehended on December 9th at McDonald's. Okay, so this is all just stuff we already read a bunch. And then I don't even know, like, if this where they're getting all this stuff. Yeah, maybe we'll read that later because oh, there is Clyde of Hope? Well, dang it. I only seen the one. Send me all of them. Then I want to compare. I just saw the one that I read, but I don't know. Where's the other 3? I'm surprised I haven't seen the other 3 because I've been looking up stuff. Huh. I believe you. I just haven't came across them. That's interesting. All right. Let me go. Let's look at this right here. His trip. Did you guys see this? So I guess he took a trip to Asia right before. There's some pictures and stuff. Let me make this bigger real quick, guys. Okay. The charged killer in Brian Thompson's murder case was living his best life in the months prior to the controversial shooting, enjoying an action-packed trip to Asia earlier this year. A source with direct knowledge tells TMZ they had been on vacation with a friend in Krabi, Thailand, and met Mangione by chance at Muay Thai. Muay Thai. A fight in April 2024. So I guess the friend is telling him, right? So the friend is saying they had met him for the April 2024 for a fight. We're told the trio hit it off, reconnected later to explore the city together, and even planned a future road trip. So here's a picture of him, and then the friend says the source says the group split up briefly when Luigi headed to, I don't know how to say that, and they made their way to Malaysia. However, the trio did eventually link back up in Thailand, embarking on their planned road trip, which includes stops in Khao Sok and Bangkok. Does it look like he has white stuff on his face? Or is that just like a what the heck? Do you guys see that? Did he have like paint that he wiped off his face or shaving cream or something? It dried up, he couldn't get off. No, I don't know. Maybe it's just a glitch with the photo, but like, I don't know. The source says Mangione never exhibited any strange behavior during their time together. Even described the Ivy League graduate as super friendly, communicative, and an open guy. A sentiment expressed by several others who knew him. Huh. Though the source recalls Luigi mentioning something about a back injury during their travels, they say he didn't share too many specifics. Yeah, you could even see it on his face right there. He must have had paint or something. Oh, maybe he has the like the what do you call that with the pool? Oh my god, I can't. Where you put it on this pool stick? I can't even think of what that's called. But maybe that's that. And he had it on his hands and he got it all over his face or something. I don't know why I can't think of it. Chalk. Yeah, is it just called chalk? I was gonna say chalk, but I was like, isn't there another word for it? I guess it is just chalk. Okay. Yeah, it's probably that. I don't know. The injury did not appear to limit his activities, but we're told there was one day when he decided to sit out of a hike after explaining he didn't feel well. In fact, in a video obtained by TMZ, Luigi at least appeared to be pain-free while riding on the back of a motorcycle in Thailand. Ooh, let me put on my earphones. I have another one of him smashing a beer over his face, which we'll watch too, or on his head. Hold on, let me put this on. I might have to reshare it because you know how how StreamYard likes to do it. They like to unshare my thing. Okay, let's see. So he's on the back of a motorcycle. I don't think some people might not understand how back pain is though. Like you could be totally fine and be fine until you just one little way, like something that just I can't even explain it. Like I don't want to say like it's a like a it necessarily is like a bad something bad turn or whatever, but just one little thing, and then your back goes out. Like I could be fine, like I could go do be fine, but then I also have thrown out my back where I have to be careful. I won't be able to walk for like weeks. So back pain is just tricky. It's very like it depends what kind he has, but like a lot of the times you could be fine. You could be totally fine for a lot of the times. You just have to be careful, and then if you're not careful, bam. Or if you twist it the wrong way, or if you're, you know, use it too much or overdo it, it becomes weak, and then your back could go out or whatever. But I don't understand when people were like, because I was watching something else, another video or something like, look, his back looks fine, but that doesn't mean he doesn't struggle with back issues. And it doesn't mean sometimes his back doesn't go out where he can't walk. Like I'm fine right now, but my back's went out many a times where I literally couldn't even roll over in bed. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's, that doesn't mean that that he's lying about his back or that he's not in pain. Anyway, as you can see in the video, he was smiling wide and throwing a shaka gesture, which seemed to indicate he was having a good time. We're told the trio stayed in contact for some time after their adventure, with the source saying Mangione almost met up with them in Vietnam when they were there visiting. Yeah, but he had surgery. I needed surgery. I just kept refusing it and wouldn't do it, but they said I did. I just never I did have a well, so yeah, I needed a surgery that I didn't have. But like since he actually had the surgery, it may like that's more of a sign that it could have helped him. You know what I'm saying? Surgeries don't always fail. Like it could actually have helped his back rather than hurt it. You know what I'm saying? So I would think that this would have been after his surgery, right? Because this was in 2024. I'm thinking. Because Hawaii, so when they said he was in Hawaii last year, that was before his surgery. But this, I don't know. I mean, maybe this could have been right before his surgery, but you don't, I'm telling you, the time before I ended up in the hospital the last time, I was fine. I mean, and then that time, oh, have surgery. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it doesn't mean, I mean, they probably been telling him every time his back would go out, they'll probably tell you, you have surgery, but it gets better. And you're like, no, I'm going to be all right. You could put it off. And then finally, maybe it just got so bad, he just had the surgery. But it doesn't mean that he couldn't ride a bike or he couldn't even run or walk or whatever. I could do all that, but um, so yeah, but I don't know. I don't know if this was before or after his surgery. They said it's in 2024. Do we know exactly when he had his surgery? I know it was pretty recent, they make it seem. But yeah, back pain. But I'm saying just because you have back pain doesn't mean that you can't function and do stuff. You know what I'm saying? And you can't smile and still have a good time sometimes. But no, I get it. I've had back pain since in my 20s because I was stupid with my back, and thought I was like, I don't know, I just was stupid when I was younger. Um, okay, so yeah, by May 2024, the source says they fell out of contact who had stopped responding to text messages. So it sounds like me and Joni had stopped. Again, the source emphasizes there were no indicators of violent behavior, no incidents of him expressing extreme opinions, worldviews, or ideologies. Their bottom line is Luigi was very easy to get along with and basically a normal guy. Mangione has been charged with murder and gun charges in connection with last week's fatal shooting of Thompson. And then his attorney Thomas Dickey says Luigi intends to plead not guilty. All right, let me play a video here because I have to do something. Okay, so take that down. I'm going to take that down. But yeah, no, I'm not denying he had back pain. But I'm just saying that doesn't mean he can't do things. You just got to be careful. You don't, because when your back goes out, you feel like, I mean, you can't do anything. So you want to make sure you're smart and you don't do things that, and then because usually, well, not usually, but sometimes you could kind of feel it like getting weak and like, oh my God, it's about to go out. And then like, just baby it if you can. And I can, because now with my job, like before when I worked in restaurants or on my feet, like I couldn't just call off work. So if I was feeling my back was like going to go out, I would just have to go to work and just pray it didn't. And then that's why it did a lot. But now, thank God, I've been good, because when I feel that way, I could just baby it and I just know how to baby it because I can. I don't have to be on my feet if it does that. But not everybody has that. Hold on, let me see what I want to play next. I have a bunch of videos to play too. Did you guys watch the interview with the guy that lived with him in Hawaii already, or no? I think it was his, like, if you read his manifesto, if it was the real one, it sounds like it was more like watching his mother go through the pain and not liking the way that the insurance, like it's deeper than just like that. I feel like, you know what I'm saying? Okay, yeah, let me watch that. Let's watch that real quick. I feel he's trying to make a point. I mean, I'm not saying it's okay. I think it was pointless and like it didn't. I mean, it's not gonna, I feel like it's not gonna help anything. I really don't think so. All right, let's watch this. Well, let me get it to where it starts. Hold on. Here, I'll just start it. Here we go. Okay.
Offenses in connection to the killing of Brian Thompson. He'll ultimately have to be extradited. He'll be indicted by a grand jury. But this is a bizarre case, considering, as we discussed on a previous sidebar, everything we know about Luigi Mangione.
Right, K-Corp?
This is a guy who came from a great family, a very well-respected family in Maryland. He is an Ivy League graduate, highly intelligent, had the world at his fingertips. But there was reporting that he began to withdraw from his family and friends, that he allegedly started posting or reposting online extreme beliefs. A manifesto or these writings were found on his person that were also quite odd. This happened when he was arrested. And this was all after a back surgery that he had, a very painful back surgery. And you have to wonder, did that play a factor in what he's accused of doing right now? So the bottom line is, we are all left to wonder, why would this guy that had everything allegedly murder the head of a health insurance company in New York City out of nowhere? Well, we had the chance to sit down with R.J. Martin. Now, R.J. had lived with Luigi Mangione at one point in time, considered him a friend, and I want you to hear what he has to say, because we're trying to understand more about this suspected shooter. Take a listen. First of all, thank you so much for coming here on Sidebar. I know this is not an easy time, probably a very confusing time, to say the least. So first of all, let me just get your reaction to what has been the last 48 hours. How you doing?
It's been utterly shocking and kind of eviscerating emotionally. It's unimaginable that the person that I was friends with and knew and considered a close friend would have murdered someone. So it's been a really tough 24 hours for me. I just found out about 24 hours ago.
How did you find out when the picture was posted? or was there when they were circulating the images, the surveillance images, and you couldn't really see exactly who the person was, but they were unmasked? Did something hint to you? You said, "Wait a minute, that he looks familiar," or was it when it was officially the arrest and the identity of Luigi that it clicked?
I don't follow a lot of media, and I'm with my fiance right now on vacation. And I found out when my phone was blowing up from calls from reporters. So a New York Magazine reporter told me, and it was devastating. I was at lunch, and it seemed unmanageable. I had to ask him, "Are you sure that couldn't be Luigi?" And then, of course, I confirmed with some images that the person they had arrested was Luigi. So yeah, I found out from from a call.
Wow, I'm sorry. That's not the way to find something like this out. When you talk to us a little bit more about your friendship with Luigi Mangione, what was that like? How did you meet him? How long did you know him for? Talk to us about that.
So I created a co-living space in Honolulu during COVID, and he applied to be a member. We have an application process and an interview. So when he originally applied, I interviewed him to make sure that he was a good fit for our community. We like to say we're a community of givers. We leave things better than we found them. We look for, good people that do community service, that are there for each other, and he fit the bill. So I had that first conversation with him. He was excited to move to Hawaii. He wanted to focus on his health, and he was looking to make new friends. So he was an ideal member for us, and right away, easy to get along with. He's friendly, but he's not overly social. He's a great listener. He's thoughtful. He's one of those people that's positive. Always look forward to spending time with him. He and I really bonded over workouts, whether we'd go to the gym, yoga class, play volleyball, just an active lifestyle.
By the way, as we continue to cover this story, I have to thank Morgan & Morgan, our sponsor, for supporting these episodes. And look, here's the deal. If you're injured, you got to know what your legal rights are and whether you can be compensated. That's where Morgan & Morgan comes in. They have an incredible track record of multi-million-dollar verdicts and settlements. In the past few months, I'm talking $12 million in Florida and $26 million in Philadelphia. These are higher than the highest insurance offers in these cases. There's no upfront fee. They only get paid if you get paid. The whole process can be done right from your smartphone. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC sidebar.
Late. I just went to go. Too late.
Did he
All right.
ever say anything about the healthcare industry? I know we're going to talk a little bit more about the surgery that he had, but did he ever mention anything, let alone about Brian Thompson? Did he ever mention anything about the healthcare industry?
Nothing that stands out. He was one of the leaders in putting together, we called it Surf Book, a book club at our co-living space. And we read about a lot of different kind of like social topics, and we talked a lot about systems, and whether it's governmental or private institutions that are failing people, how they have structural flaws that incentivize the wrong things. But I don't remember healthcare or the health industry, insurance companies standing out. I'm sure we covered it, but definitely no animosity in his voice. Definitely, at that point in time, I don't recall him ever being upset about the things we talked about. It was very much more intellectual and cerebral, talking about these issues, and and how hopefully we can have a positive impact.
And when was the last time you saw him?
Gosh, it's probably about a year ago. I knew he had to go home back to the East Coast for a surgery. So I checked in with him maybe about a year ago, a little over a year ago, less than a year ago, asking how the surgery went. And we had some text communications. He sent me some images of his x-rays post-surgery. It's those kinds of images. I think some of them are already out there that just make you cringe.
He just said over a year ago. So that means the surgery, he talked to him over a year ago and they talked about the surgery. So that means the surgery had to be over a year ago, right? I'm trying to get like a timeline of when that surgery was for some reason.
You know, you look at 3, 4 inch screws into somebody's spine, and I just asked him, how's the recovery going, and he said, we got to talk about it in person, kind of thing. Um, so just, it kind of breaks your heart, when your friends are going through something like that, the pain.
Do you know what caused that? How he got that?
My understanding is it was either an injury or some sort of pre-existing condition that he'd had before he moved to Hawaii, and that his spine had a misalignment, like forward and back. And I think he'd showed me the X-rays of that too. So his nervous cord was being pressed, and believe his discs. It was one of those interesting injuries where, one day he could perhaps be athletic and do something, and then the next day just
There you
immobile
go.
and stuck in bed.
See?
You know,
That's what it is. Mine was very similar. I had the nerve was in between 2 discs. I have spinal stenosis, which is like the narrowing of my spine. Of course, the degenerative disc too, but like my nerve was in between, like jammed in between 2 discs too. So it's like it's kind of similar. I feel like we have a similar back problem, which I can relate. Like you could be fine and then you goes out, and it sucks when it goes out. Like it sucks. Like you can't even walk because your back is so important. Like you can't freaking even walk to the bathroom. Oh my God. It's horrible. But I was writing a message real quick. The thing is bigger than just the back surgery. He was just using the back surgeries and his experience with his mom and him with the back surgeries and insurance. He was just kind of, what I'm taking, he's just using those personal experiences to show how messed up the insurance companies are. And you know what I'm saying? He's just kind of using that as an example because he went through it and he doesn't like, the way it is. I'm not giving him excuses. I think it's no, I think it's stupid what he did, but I'm just trying to, I don't know, explain probably it's more than the back pain. It's more than the back. It's like the bigger picture of what he's trying to say with that, I guess. Um, so oh, yeah, you would have to. You would have to. I would have to have like, I had to, depending on whoever I was living with at the time. It's so embarrassing that I gotta take you into the bathroom, and my dad, the one time, the first I know I already told this story a bunch on my channel, but since we're talking about back pain, the first ever time my back went out, like, to a point where I couldn't walk, I was in the gosh darn shower. I was 20 hold on. Um 'Cause it was a summer, like, in between college years, and I was home working, like, in the summer, and I fell in the shower. Well, I didn't fall in the shower, I went out in the shower. So it's not like I fell and it went out, it just went out. And so my dad, I mean, my mom and dad were just home, and so my dad, I had to yell down, and he had to come. Well, I got a towel and stuff, but he had to come and carry me out of the shower into my bed. Oh my God, because you have no choice. It sucks. It's like, oh my God, either I'm gonna lay here on the freaking ground and forever. I mean, or you have to have somebody help you. It's crazy. But like I'm still like how I could still do things now. You know what I'm saying? You could still do things, and you're not always thinking about the pain, or you're not always in, like, I get it where it's like the pain, the numbness down my leg, you know what I'm saying? Like because the nerve goes down, it's my right leg. You know what I'm saying? It's very similar, but I mean, yeah, he could still do things though. But yeah, I don't agree though. With that being said, I don't agree what he did. I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, he's my hero or whatever. I'm not. I think it's stupid. It didn't accomplish anything. His parent, like if he was like, oh, like what my mom went through. Yeah, now look what your mom has to go through. You know what I'm saying? First of all, she has to go through her son being in prison probably for the rest of her life. Also, people probably treating the family different because of what her son did. You know what I'm saying? People like, well, at least you're even going to think people are like looking at you weird because you know what your kid did, and some probably are. So yeah, it didn't accomplish anything. It really didn't. And then, of course, what he did to Thompson, he has 2 kids. Brian had 2 freaking kids now that don't have a father. Yeah. Anyway, all right, I'll shut up now.
which, thank God he had healthy days, right?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. We just did a whole episode on this about how there was reports that he had kind of withdrawn from people. His family might have been looking for him. Do you know anything about that in terms of, did you lose contact with him? Were you trying to reach out to him? Do you know anything more about that?
Yeah, after we spoke about the surgery and his recovery via text, I followed up. I think it was like March, April, May, each month, just a text message checking in, saying, "Hey, bro, how you doing? What's going on?" And didn't hear from him. So the last, communication that I had from him was this spring, excuse me. So, and I didn't take it as odd that he wasn't following up. I just assumed maybe he had permanently moved back to the East Coast. Maybe he'd started a new job. I just knew that when we were back in the same location, the same sphere, we'd meet up. Our friendship, we'd go to the park and do a workout, or do something fun we enjoy doing together. When he was back on Oahu.
Was there anything from his social media activity in the past few months, maybe the past year, that concerned you?
I didn't notice anything. I'm not following a lot of social media regularly, so I'm actually not aware. I'm actually not aware of any of his posts. Probably when he moved in, I checked on his social media just to make sure that he had a normal life, was doing normal things. But I'm totally unaware of any of his social media. I'm unfortunately, as a friend, you feel bad that I'm unaware of the suffering he went through, or the transformation, that happened in the last 6 months. I unfortunately I can't. I know nothing about it.
Well, let me just say this before we go on. I speak to a lot of people who are in a very similar position, and they're shocked and they blame themselves. You cannot blame yourself. People, it's very hard to predict what people do. And as well as somebody, you just don't. And there's nothing that you could have done if he really did do this, there's nothing you could have done to prevent this. So I just want you to know that from somebody who speaks to a lot of people in this position. This is not your fault. We're still trying to piece together exactly what happened, but just want to make that clear. What's interesting about this is, while you were away, before he was identified, we were all trying to figure out, was this a trained killer who was able to operate this weapon in New York City? And we were all wondering, was this a professional? And the fact that Luigi has been identified, do you look at that and you say, where did he learn any of this? Or was there something that he told you, yeah, I know how to use a gun? Yeah, any kind of training, anything like that, that he indicated to you?
That's even more shocking. He never once mentioned guns or violence. He wasn't even into MMA. Wasn't really a big watcher of sports even. From all I believe he had no prior knowledge in that field. And I think what makes this really hard is that he was one of the smartest, one of the most compassionate, one of the most present people I knew. Such a great listener, a natural leadership by leading by example, and because people knew he was genuine. And it's, I think, part of what's so heartbreaking is knowing the potential he had, and to know that now that's lost. He really had everything going for him. People loved him. He had a great, well-paying job. He was one of those people that I think we would look towards to help make and affect change in the right direction to help others. So I think that's part of what makes this so heartbreaking and so difficult to process. He really was among the best and the brightest that we have in his generation.
When you see the photos of him now after his arrest, does he look different than the last time you saw him?
I've kind of made a deliberate choice to not process or engage in any of the media. Um, So I haven't seen any of the photos. I haven't really read any of the articles. Um,
You know, I should tell you, there is a disturbing trend that's happening online where people are um, supportive of the shooting of Brian Thompson. And now that Luigi has been identified, um, there's a lot of people who are supporting him, not necessarily thinking he didn't do it, but saying that if he did do it, he was justified in doing that. And I'm just curious, as somebody, you know, who's friends with Luigi, to have that, to see that people are supporting him, and not, again, not saying that he didn't do it, but supporting what he allegedly did. I was just curious your perspective on that.
you know, assassination is violence is never the way. You know, we don't storm the Capitol and we don't murder CEOs. That's completely unacceptable. I think what perhaps is happening is I think many people struggle with the health insurance industry has struck a chord. You know, I feel like we probably all know somebody who's had their life transformed for struggles with the industry. And
Real quick. No, I've seen his teeth. Yeah, his but you're saying that they change his teeth? I've only seen the one where they look the same. Every picture I've seen of Brian, his teeth look the same. Send me if you have two of the different teeth sets, can you send me them? Because I've only seen the one. They change him to like make what? I'm confused about that. Because I've only seen like that one picture. I feel like they keep showing that one picture of him, but I mean, I guess I never went and looked to see what other pictures they have. I guess I could, but that's interesting. If that's true, that's really weird. Why would they change his teeth? Um, all right. Oh, and what I wanted to make a comment, I think this is kind of funny, where Jesse says, you know, he asked the friend, like, did you know he was like so trained in like guns or whatever? He said basically, he wasn't that trained. I mean, it got jammed, which now we think it was actually on purpose, but still, did you watch? It's not like he was like some trained like no. He was, it did seem like he had a little bit of trouble with it regardless. And I don't know. Where does that look like somebody that has like this hot, like big training in gun shooting? Because it didn't appear that way to me. I just thought it was funny. He's like, did you know? Did he talk? It's like, okay. Anyway. Oh, did you see though? News Nation played. It was the only channel so far that I've seen that played the whole thing with him shooting the gun. Did you guys see? I actually clipped it out. I was going to play it for you guys. Now they blur out Brian, but they show, you could tell he falls over. And then there was somebody, dude. You could see somebody was right there and they come running back. Did you guys see it? I'll play it after this. It's the first time I've ever, I'm Brian and yeah, isn't that funny? All right.
perhaps that is what's striking a chord with the country right now.
Do you have any idea if he did this, why he would have done this?
I personally don't. It's incomprehensible that the person I knew and was friends with could assassinate somebody. And I've kind of deliberately chosen to not delve into the rationale, or I heard he wrote a manifesto, but I've deliberately chosen to not engage in any of that for the time being. It's been a lot to process, and right now I'm just trying to kind of unpack and be with the emotions that I feel. And I think that would maybe be overwhelming for me right now.
If you had the opportunity to speak to him, would you want to? And if so, what do you think you would say to him?
I would like him to know that there's countless people that continue to love and respect him, and that he has many, many friends, and I assume his family also. And that just that there are people that love and care about him. And I don't know, kind of at a loss for words.
No, I understand. Have you had a chance to speak with his family? Did you know his family at all? Did you know anybody from his inner circle? Has anybody reached out to you?
No, outside of seeing he was, going home for the holidays or going home for this or that, he never shared with me any details about his family or his family life. But it wasn't negative, so it wasn't a. There was no negative. There was no positive. It was just seemed like a very normal family life that wasn't, necessarily something you needed to talk about. But no, I haven't had any contact with his family. But I would, like them to know that I'm here for them if they need support in any way.
Yeah, and look, they may need that in light of what's been going on. I know you might not be able to tell us, but has anybody from law enforcement reached out to you as part of this investigation?
No, not yet. I'm also traveling internationally right now. I'm at Surf Break's second location in Mexico, so I'm not on normal. I'm just doing everything on WhatsApp, so I'm not aware.
I'm sorry this is your vacation. I'm sorry this happened, in general, but especially during your vacation. Before I let you go, and I know you've been so kind with your time, what would you like people to know as we're trying to get a 360-degree picture of this case? What would you like people to know?
Yeah, I think people should zoom out and realize that this was a young, thoughtful um, man who had everything really going for him, and was poised to, be a great leader as in the coming years. And that for those of us that knew him and cared about him and were close with him, that the assassination is unthinkable, and it's so incompatible with the person that we uh, were close to and cared about so deeply.
Listen, RJ, I appreciate.
Let's play that. I played it twice and then I like slowed it down. I don't know, just to see if we catch anything interesting. But here, there's no sound or anything. Like I said, I mean, they'll blur him once he gets shot. See, but you could see him fall over right there, and then you could see it getting. This girl's running over. I think that right there is when he did the 3. I think he really does get it stuck a couple times, I think I don't know. Like, I do think he's purposely obviously, he wanted those 3 to come out, but I do think he's not he, gets it jammed too. So you see 1, you could see that's 2 that are going through. Now it's getting jammed, and then it looks like he almost I don't know. So I saw 2. It looks like 2 actually made it. The rest got jammed. Let me look again. So we got 1. You can see the smoke coming out of the gun, and that's hit. Look, you could see that hits him. He's falling over, and then now it got jammed right there. But he'll get 1 more after that. Right here, it should. The second one got jammed, and then that one went. So, and then the rest get jammed. So yeah, 2 shots and both hit him. I mean, that's all I saw was 2 that actually fired from the video, and I think it hits him twice, right? Didn't they say in the stomach or in the leg and in the torso, right? Isn't that where it hit him? I'm guessing the first one was probably the torso and the second one was the leg. I don't know. I could be wrong. But the girl, like, or whoever that ran off, do we know who that witness was that ran? It's crazy. Like, watch this person. I don't know if I know you guys probably already saw it, but let's focus on that person that runs away. I want to see what so she dang it. Right? There you could see. That's just crazy. And he is just like Dang it. So senseless. Hang on. Oh, it's long. Okay, is that what it hit? It's almost like he went up against that building. Is it like a doorway that he went or something? Because you can't see him right now. There's like like I think he's right here. Oh, that poor guy. He's just walking into a meeting, 6 in the morning. Like who would have thought? Anyway, okay, so it was he printed it out. 3D printer, like with the silencer. Like okay, do you guys think I have a question though, because you know how they said the bullet said, what they said? Even if they would have fired, wouldn't you have been able to read it or no? Would they had to have gotten jammed for them to read it? Because I'm just trying to figure out if he really meant to get it jammed that many times. People are saying he did probably because of the bullets saying what they said, but like even if he fired him, wouldn't they have still or no? I don't know much about guns, so don't make fun of me. I don't know, like, if you fire the bullet, would it take away uh, okay. Alright, so that's that. And Sarah, I got what you sent me too, that manifesto. But why do I think this is what I think with those manifestos? I think he had the 3-page manifesto that I read, and I think he also had he had a notebook. And what I think is that they consider the manifesto, but he also had a notebook that had that other paragraph on there. That's how I was taking it, because when they were like quoting some of the stuff in the book, I was taking some of that stuff they quoted was like separate from like the actual manifesto. So like I could be wrong, but I don't know why I was thinking that it was more. It was just some more writings. So I was thinking the thing you sent me, Sarah, they quoted. Is that what they quoted? Wait, some struggle notes, to-do list, Illuminati. My tech is pretty locked down. I work in engineering. Yeah. I think they all are in his book. I think he had a notebook and it had scribblings, it had notes, it had the manifesto. I think all that stuff was in it. That's how I took it. So some of the stuff that you sent, Clyde, I hope, and then some of the stuff that thing you wrote, I feel like it was all in there. It was in a notebook. You remember they said he jotted down some stuff, like there was just like more than one thing in there, right? I don't know. I could be wrong, but I mean, that's how I was taking it from when they said what they said they had. Like the one, because they kept quoting about how I do apologize for any strife or traumas, but it had to be done. They quoted that on the news, right? They quoted some of the quotes from the notebook about like, frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. But see, the thing is remember, they said a 3-page manifesto, right? Both things that you sent me, Sarah, the one you sent me and the one you sent me, Clyde, Hope, those weren't 3 pages. That was just like a paragraph of just some jotted down stuff, because I think that was just something on top of it that was in his notebook. Because they did. I remember they were like, officially they said there was a 3-page manifesto. They had a notebook. And if you go look at the stuff you sent me, those aren't 3-page stuff at all. Unless I'm reading something wrong. Yeah, they're just like, looks like a couple of his notes. But I think it's going to come out that that's all stuff that was in his notebook. But I guess we'll see. I'll read the manifesto in a little bit, because some people haven't saw it. The one that the 3-page one that I don't know, it's allegedly the manifesto, like the actual 3-page one. And then I'll read the stuff you guys sent me too. like some of the stuff that was in his notebook supposedly too, because it's all a part of it that I mean, since we're looking through this case, if he wrote all that stuff, it's interesting to know. Okay, so next, yeah, that was kind of, I mean, that guy, like, he's been on, he's been on a bunch of news channels. So, like, some of these other ones, you'll see like a couple clips. I don't know. Actually, it might be taken from the same interview. Okay, so here is a video that is TikTok here with him that somebody ended up finding. I don't know where people end up finding stuff. Like this is just Sakusa, but this was posted 1 day ago, so that's him right here.
This is an update. We found mochi ice cream. We found mochi ice cream.
Mango baby.
This is an update. We found mochi ice cream. We found mochi ice cream.
Mango baby.
This is an update. We found mochi ice cream. We found mochi ice cream.
And then I'll only play one more video. This video that is him doing a beer over his head. Hold on a second. Here it is. I'm going to take down that in case if they want to copyright. But yeah, so that's him in college. I said the article was, I think I said like him in college or something. But we're actually going to read that article in sometime today. But I just wanted to show you the video. So yeah. All right. All right. Let's see what else I got. Oh, this was kind of interesting. So I guess this is a book he had on his like to read list. Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents. How to Heal from Distant, Rejecting, or Self-Involved Parents. Plan to dive headfirst into self-help books. It appears, including one all about, hold on, let me take this off. I'm just gonna have to reshare it when I'm ready to play a video because I can't. I have like, you know, when you have like the sound blocking things, if you guys have those, it makes like you have to scream. Plan to dive headfirst into self-help books, it appears, including one all about living with self-involved and distant parents, providing what could be a clue to relationships in his own family. As we've told you, the alleged killer of the United Healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson, was apparently active on Goodreads, a website where people log what they read and what they plan to read. An account bearing his name logged hundreds of titles over the last 8 years and included many more on the want to read section, including Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents, How to Heal from Distant, Rejecting, or Self-Involved Parents by clinical psychologist Lindsay Gibson. Gibson's book exposes the destructive nature of parents who are emotionally immature or unavailable. You will see how these parents create a sense of neglect and discover ways to heal from the pain and confusion caused by your childhood. By freeing yourself from your parents' emotional immaturity, you can recover your true nature. Control how to react to them and avoid disappointment, according to Amazon's summary of the book. It's received rave reviews online, holding 4.4 out of 5 on Goodreads out of more than 65,000 reviews. Of course, Mangione's book tastes appear to be wide-ranging, so it's unclear if he wanted to read this book to navigate his own relationships or if his interest was purely academic. Mangione holds a master's degree in engineering, and this book obviously falls well outside that purview. So it's certainly possible this really is providing a window into Mangione's familial life. As we've said, other books on Mangione's Goodreads includes Unabomber Ted Kaczynski's Manifesto, which he called a political revolutionary. What does this say? A statement. So that's Nino. So his cousin is Nino. A statement from the Mangione family regarding Luigi Statement from the family regarding Luigi. Unfortunately, we cannot comment on news reports regarding Luigi. We only know what we have read in the media. Our family is shocked and devastated by Luigi's arrest. We offer our prayers to the family of Brian Thompson and we ask people to pray for all involved. We are devastated by this news. The Mangione family. So that's what they released. Okay. Oh, I'm finding the ones where, oh, look at this, dude. Oh, I don't know if I agree with all this, but look, they have a give, send, go, shine brightly is commissary money. So you could donate for his commissary money. It says, Luigi, the valedictorian turned inmate, has found himself in a bit of a pickle, though sadly not the kind they serve in jail. After a whirlwind of headlines and some seriously dramatic accusations, our boy Luigi is now enjoying the fine dining experience of the county clink. Spoiler alert, the menu sucks. Legal battles aside, we all know the real struggle here, commissary snacks. Because let's be honest, nobody deserves to live on instant ramen and powdered drink mix alone. Well, maybe not nobody, but Luigi's not there yet. Your donation will just buy him your donation won't just buy him a honey bun, it'll provide the sustenance he needs to keep his spirits high while navigating his AM current accommodations, chips, Snickers, maybe even some real coffee. Luigi's taste buds are counting on you. So dig deep and donate to the Feed Luigi Fund today. Together we can fight food injustice one snack pack at a time. You gotta be kidding me. JPay is waiting. Pray requests. He doesn't have any yet. So that's surprising actually, huh? I would have thought he did. He would have, because maybe people don't know about it. Oh yeah, remember we were talking about this the other day? If the person was gonna get a reward, well, it says why McDonald's employee who reported Luigi might not get a $60,000 reward. Here's the thing, there's always some issue. There's some kind of little thing that's like, well, we can't because of this or this. I actually haven't read this yet, so let's see the reason why. Let's see. There's always something. It's bullcrap. All right, let's see. The NYPD and FBI offered a joint $60,000 reward during the manhunt for United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson's killer, but it wasn't immediately clear who, if anyone, would get the cash now that an arrest has been made. Luigi, 26, was captured in Altoona, Pennsylvania on Monday after a McDonald's employee spotted him eating at the fast food restaurant and called 911. Trust me, if there's an issue with either the person that spotted him compared to the worker, wasn't there like a customer and worker? I'm sure they wouldn't mind splitting it rather than nobody getting it. Split it, 30,000 a piece. Come on. Quit making excuses. Nobody's going to help in these things anymore because nobody ever gets the payout. I mean, they should anyway, but it's just the fact that that's what they say. They need to follow through with it. The NYPD and FBI offered a joint reward during the manhunt. Let's see here. So here's the picture of him eating his hash brown. It looks like there's McDonald's. So this is the main picture I've seen of Brian with his teeth. Like, somebody's got to send me a picture of. Oh, somebody did. Hold on. It looks like the same teeth though. The only difference is they flipped the picture around, so it's just flipped. The two pictures you sent me, it looks like the same teeth. I don't know. I'll share it in a minute, but to me it looks like the same. They just flipped the picture. You know how you could flip the picture around. Oh, actually, it's not even the same picture. Never mind, it's not even the same picture. Okay. But it looks like the same teeth. Okay, so where are we at? According to FBI rules, a tipster can't nominate themselves to collect the reward. Meaning the employee would have to be put forward by an investigating agency. What? What if a tipster can't nominate themselves? Well, wait, if you're the only person that knows something and you call it in and you see something, what do you mean you can't nominate yourself? What? That should just go to you. And now the meaning the employee would have to be put forward an investigating agency. They would have to cut through a bunch of red tape in order to make a claim. The rewards too are often only paid out if the arrest leads to a conviction. It's every time, guys. I have never seen it pay out. It's a bunch of freaking crap. Yeah, right. So getting the reward money is like making an insurance claim. They look for ways to deny and refuse to pay. Got it. Every time. It's bull crap. Yeah, right. So here's the thing that we've talked about this before, like people will donate, like put up a reward and they'll donate the money. And then it's like, where does that money go? Like when that happens, do the cops just get to keep it then? Who gets the money? They need to figure out their process. I need to know because once Trump starts offering rewards for tips on illegals, I will be out bounty hunting. First thing which would happen, United Healthcare should cut $30,000 to the customer and $30,000 to the employee and get that done yesterday. Okay. But anyway, so yeah, unfreaking believable. What do you mean they can't nominate themselves? Okay, can we call in and nominate that person then? What are they talking about? This is ridiculous. That stuff makes me so mad. Every time. I knew it. I knew they weren't going to get paid. It never does. It never happens. Okay. I have a lot of videos I wanted to play. I'm trying to look for articles right now. So then when I do switch to the videos, I'll reshare it with the headphones. Okay, let's do. What's this? Oh, that's YouTube. Hold on. Yeah, the rest. A lot of videos. Okay. Let me see. This is the one we already watched. Okay. Let's do. During arrival. Oh, did you guys see? I'm sure you well, let me redo this. You guys probably saw where he was yelled something, but we'll watch it together because some of you guys might not have. All right, let me reshare this. Don't worry, I am going to read the manifesto sometime too. Just want to play a couple of videos. All right, so here is him taken to court where he puts up a little bit of a fight. There's a few different views we could watch. So here's one of them, like a few different angles, I mean.
Oh, dude, come on. As completely out of touch, as an insult to the intelligence of the American people and its lived experience. Oh, dude, come on. As completely out of touch, as an insult to the intelligence of the American people and its lived experience.
There's another case where someone called in a suspect on 911 and didn't get paid, and I heard the employees called 911. But they should, because people don't know. It just sucks though, because that's just like what's it called? Like They should still count. I know they're supposed to call Crime Stoppers or whatever, but not everybody knows the number. So either you get confused on who you're supposed to call and you miss the opportunity to catch the guy, or everybody knows 911, or you call 911. Come on. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know. It's bull crap. But Susan, I bet you, even if they would have called the right place, they still wouldn't. They would have made up an excuse, just like they said they had. No, they would have made up a freaking excuse. There would have been another issue, and it's really makes me mad for some reason. So when I hear like rewards, it's like, yeah, right. Like that's nobody's getting that. Stupid. All right. Hold on. There's a couple other. Well, let's see what this one is.
Mangione came from what many consider to be a good family. He was an excellent student, a star athlete, but now is an accused killer. Senior national correspondent Brian Inton also live in Pennsylvania. Brian, what are you learning about Mangione and his life growing up?
Yeah, Nicole, we're live outside the University of Pennsylvania, where Mangione not only got his bachelor's degree in engineering, but also got a master's degree in engineering with a focus in artificial intelligence. He was smart. One of his friends I spoke to said this guy was good at everything. He was a star athlete. He was the valedictorian in high school. But something went wrong, Nicole. And that's what everybody is trying to figure out when this shift happened. We have learned that he was reported missing. This is a new piece of information. He was reported missing by his mother on November 18th, and she reportedly made the call to San Francisco police that he had gone missing. He had family connections to San Francisco. He was living in Hawaii at some point recently. He was staying at sort of a hostel type dorm situation there where he was surfing and made friends. And friends who we spoke to in Hawaii said he complained a lot of back pain. He had a back surgery. He suffered from back pain. We're told at one point he went surfing and was in so much pain that he had to stay in bed for a week. And some of his friends believe that may have contributed to his mental health. He had fallen out of touch with family members and close friends on social media. There were friends who were trying to get in touch with him over the last several months saying, where did you go? We haven't heard from you. Listen to what one of the friends from Hawaii told Chris Cuomo last night.
Not darker and not aggressive and not violent. I think that it's obvious to most people that are aware that many of the systems that we live within don't benefit us as well as they could. And, those are normal intellectual conversations and discussions that we have. And he and I had many of those kinds of intellectual conversations, but never anything remotely towards violence. He was never aggressive. I never even remember him once being upset.
So really everyone that we've talked to, Nicole, from his childhood, from his high school days, from when he was here at Penn, and also when he was in Hawaii, everyone's saying the same thing, that this totally comes out of nowhere, that he showed no signs of violence, and that he was all around really just a great guy, they say, Nicole.
Yeah, so talk more about what Mangione's family is saying, more about this statement that they released last night.
Yeah, so they put out this statement last night, basically saying that they have very little information, that everything they're learning is coming from media reports, and also saying that they are praying for the United Health CEO, but not saying much beyond that. In terms of his family, we know that they're a powerful, very wealthy family in Maryland. The family has historically owned country clubs, they own a radio station, they own nursing homes throughout the state. One of his cousins is a Republican lawmaker in Maryland. So they are a well-connected family in Maryland. They did put out that short statement, but beyond that, they haven't said much else.
All right, Brian Inton live for us there.
Okay, look, I just saw this. Let's see. This is on the 10th day. His lawyer kind of is funny. We're gonna watch a couple interviews with his lawyer. I don't know why his lawyer makes me laugh. Something about him. I don't know. I'm weird. Okay, so this is Commonwealth of Pennsylvania versus Luigi, and now this 10th day of December, this matter having come before the court relative to a fugitive from justice complaint, and the court having advised the defendant in open court of his various rights relative to his proceeding, including, but not limited to, the right to be represented by legal counsel, and noting his representation by attorney Thomas M. Dickey, and further advising him of his right to challenge his arrest by applying for a writ of habeas corpus pursuant to the Uniform Criminal Extradition Act, is hereby ordered, directed, and decreed as follows. The defendant shall have 14 days from the date of this order in which to apply for a writ of habeas corpus. The Commonwealth shall have 30 days to obtain or procure a governor's warrant. If and when the application for habeas corpus is filed, this court shall schedule a hearing forthwith thereon. Bail is hereby denied. The defendant shall remain committed to SCI Huntington as a Blair County inmate pending said hearing. Huntington. That D. All right. So, and then look at this. He was supposedly, allegedly, it says, Luigi considered using a bomb to kill United Healthcare CEO. Says Luigi mulled using a bomb to kill United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, but ultimately decided against it to protect the lives of innocent people. Law enforcement source tells TMZ investigators found a spiral notebook they believe belongs to Mangione, in which he wrote to-do lists of tasks that needed to be completed to kill Thompson, while explaining why these plans were necessary. This mugshot. In one alarming passage, Mangione allegedly relished what it would be like to kill the CEO at his own bean counting conference, believing that shooting his victim would be more targeted rather than a bombing, which could kill innocents. The thoughts of using a bomb were apparently brought up when Mangione wrote about the infamous Unabomber Ted Kaczynski. As we reported, Luigi praised Kaczynski's manifesto as an interesting read, but his friend R.J. Martin tells us that he didn't think Mangione was that moved by the material. In addition to his spiral notebook, Mangione penned his own manifesto that railed against the healthcare industry. Our sources say Mangione wrote that the healthcare industry is full of greed, and these parasites had it coming, without naming Thompson. Mangione is facing charges in Pennsylvania and in New York, where he's been charged with murder. Okay. So I thought that was kind of interesting. That I'm glad he didn't choose that. I mean, because that would have killed how many people? A lot. Okay. Wait, what are you saying? Integrity. Who are you talking to? Huh. The issue, though, was United was using an algorithm. Huh. Oh, yeah. Okay. So let's see what else I got here. So got that. And then let's watch. I have a couple with his lawyer. I'm trying to. Yeah, let's watch one of his lawyers right now.
A law enforcement official who was briefed on the matter is telling us here at CNN that along with that 3-page handwritten claim of responsibility, as the authorities are referring to it, some might refer to it as a manifesto, investigators are also looking at a spiral notebook of Mangione's that included to-do lists of tasks in order to facilitate a killing, as well as notes justifying those plans. In one passage about the Unabomber, Mangione concludes that using a bomb against his intended victim could, quote, kill innocents, but shooting would be more targeted, using what could be better, I'm quoting now, than to kill the CEO at his own bean counting conference. This is coming as we are learning more about the suspect's life beforehand, including a report from the New York Times that Mangione's mother filed a missing persons report about him in San Francisco on November 18th, and also that he stopped communicating with his family and his friends about 6 months ago. Yet apparently no one who knew him and knew that he was missing recognized him in those surveillance photos that have been plastered everywhere for the last several days. Tonight, that's prompting a whole new set of questions about what was happening in Mangione's life behind those smiling photos that we've now seen on social media, and also questions about an injury that he suffered in 2023 and what happened to him ever since. My lead source tonight is the attorney who is representing Luigi Mangione, Thomas Dickey, and it's great to have you here, sir. I just want to say thank you. I know this has been moving very quickly, and you said earlier you were retained today to represent him. And so can you just tell us, how's your client doing in jail tonight?
Well, Caitlin, thank you for having me. As I've been saying all day, if you put yourself, I tell everybody use their common sense. Here we have a young man who is incarcerated without bail, as you alluded to. And apparently he's going to be charged with murder in the state of New York. If you use your common sense, I'm sure he's, it's concerning. That's all I can say.
Well, you've been an attorney for decades. What did you make of the way he went into court earlier, that outburst that he had?
I'm still analyzing that. I was actually on the other side of the wall when he came in, so I didn't hear all that statement. I've been busy all day, so I haven't had a chance to analyze that. So, I'm not going to comment on something, unfortunately, until I can have a chance to hear that in detail and break that down.
Well, being on the other side of it, you were inside that courtroom, of course, and we learned about what happened in there. You're fighting extradition for him to New York. Why are you fighting that? It seems like it's inevitable that he will be sent to New York.
Well, that may be, but again, the Constitution, and I know keep bringing up that word today, lest we forget about that. But the Constitution gives you certain rights, and we need to make informed decision. And the law permits and the Constitution permits that somebody in Luigi's position has the opportunity to look at evidence, make sure the government follows through a process. And that's what we're doing. So, again, I've been in this case probably about 12, 14 hours, maybe whatever, give or take. And I haven't seen a speck of evidence at all.
Let me read over here real quick.
I argued today at the extradition hearing. I still haven't received details about the charges that he's facing in New York. I heard your introduction and looking into that. But so we as lawyers need to make informed decisions, and we need to get our hands and our eyes on some evidence.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the charges right here. It's murder, a loaded firearm, 2 counts of that, a forged instrument, and criminal possession of a weapon as well. I mean, those are the charges from New York. I mean, so as you're fighting extradition, you're not actually arguing that the authorities in New York have the wrong guy, are you?
Well, I haven't seen any evidence that they have the right guy. I can tell you that much. So I don't know anything about that. There's identification issues that are present, and so I don't. Like I said, this is why I need to look at some things, and they need to convince me. I try to remind people. And it's a shame that we forget about this presumption of innocence that the Constitution gives all Americans. And people don't worry about the Constitution until they're facing charges or accusations against them. Then trust me, Caitlin, the Constitution matters. But
And of course it does. And I
Yes,
know
go-
you highlighted earlier and emphasized innocent until proven guilty. I understand that, but I read the police report from when he was arrested. He initially gave them a false name, and then when they asked to confirm his identity, he said that he shouldn't have lied to them about it. I mean, that would seem to be that they do have the right person, given that he had a gun on him, he had a fake New Jersey ID that he used to check into a hostel. I mean, is none of that enough for you personally to know that they do have the right guy?
well, first of all, that's a piece of paper. I know you probably can't tell, but I'm 5'6". I could write on that I'm 6'5", and all this other kind of stuff. So that's written on paper. What's nice about the law is we'll have a hearing. I can cross-examine witnesses and find out, look at reports and find out what they have and what they don't have. So again, that's just written on a criminal complaint. Without getting into the details of that, I don't see any evidence of a forgery. They're going to have to at least prove a prima facie case, which is less than the beyond a reasonable doubt. But I need to see these things. Right now, I have one piece of paper. And again, so yes,
Mr. Dickey, have you asked to see this?
I have a copy. If that's the Pennsylvania complaint, I have a copy of that. I
But
was
have you
handed
asked to
that
see the
today
evidence?
near the end. Well, that's what we're good. We have a hearing coming up on, I believe, the 23rd. I apologize if I'm in error about that because there's a bunch of dates that's been flying around today. But yes, and like I said, tomorrow I'm going to reach out to the district attorney. It's my intentions and to see if, how much we can see of this stuff. So today was not about that. So we have not had the opportunity to do that today.
And I know you were also unhappy that he was denied bail. Of course, prosecutors were arguing that he is a risk. They either have to talk about being a flight risk or a risk to the community. Obviously, he was captured about 250 miles from Manhattan. But you said you were retained today. One big question that everyone has is: are you being paid by his family to represent him?
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that.
Well, can you say that it's not his family who is asking you to retain him, or retaining you to represent him?
I'm not going to comment on. I'm not going to comment on that. That's I've been retained. I'm not court appointed. I've been retained, and that's all I can tell you.
We had seen reports earlier
that
there was, people were inundating you with offers to help pay for his legal bills. Is that accurate?
I have received some emails. I have not seen them personally, but my understanding from my staff is people are doing that.
That people are reaching out to you and offering to help pay for his legal bills.
That's correct.
Would you accept those offers? I mean, I imagine you maybe have. I don't know. Have you ever gotten that before?
Nah. To be honest with you, I probably wouldn't.
Why do you think you would not accept that?
I don't know. I just don't. I don't know. I just don't feel comfortable about that. So I don't know. I haven't given that much thought, but I'm not looking. I mean, obviously my client appreciates the support that he has, but I don't know. I just I'd have to look in, but it just doesn't sit right with me, really.
Why do you think they're offering?
I don't know. People, you talk about, the Supreme Court says, all these rich billionaires can give all kind of money to candidates, and that's free speech. So maybe these people are exercising their right to free speech and saying that's the way they're supporting my client.
You noted there that you said he appreciates the support that he's getting. Did he acknowledge that when you had a conversation with him earlier about how we have seen this intense public interest in him himself?
Yeah, unfortunately, Caitlin, I can't get into anything that my client and I talk about. So by law, I'm not permitted to reveal anything that's attorney-client privilege in any conversation that occurs between he and I is simply that.
I understand that, but could you describe just what his demeanor is? You're talking about putting yourself in his shoes, but did he seem nervous? Did he seem calm, or how did he come off to you when you met him?
Well, Yeah, and if we have a minute, I do want to go back to that bail situation if we have a quick second. But anyway, I've been telling people all day to use their common sense. Here's a young man who's, apparently going to be or has been charged with a very serious, one of the most serious offenses person could be charged with. He's in prison without bail, as you previously mentioned, and so I think common sense would say, he's concerned.
Do you plan on representing him only in Pennsylvania or also in New York?
Well, that will depend. I got to see how this process pans out, and if in fact I were asked to do that, I certainly would consider that and probably do that.
Thomas Dickey, I know you've had a very busy day. Thank you for your time.
No, I am tired, but I wasn't sleeping. I shut my eyes for a minute just to listen, thinking and stuff, but I actually wasn't sleeping, but I have before. I feel like I have on camera for like a few seconds or a minute, but no. I just rested my eyes for a minute and was just listening. And now there was an interview where it was after, wait, where was it? I think it was right after the court appearance, I think. It was just funny, that one. I gotta find it. I don't know why he makes it just made me laugh the way he was like not answering questions, I should say. Okay, so I wanted to here, this right here. So I don't know if you guys saw this. I am gonna read the manifesto. Do you guys want me to read it? The one that allegedly is the 3-page one? How many have not read it yet? Like, how many weren't here the last live when I read it? I'll read it after. I'm going to read this article and then I'll read it. Sorry, I don't want to keep putting it off because there are some people that wanted to hear it. Okay. Well, that's the case. I am taking these out. I'll be reading a few, probably like 10 minutes or so. Okay. So this says disturbed wanted posters of healthcare executives appear across New York City. It's kind of interesting. So it says, in the light of recent fatal shooting of Brian Thompson, wanted posters of other prominent healthcare executives have been plastered around the city. The alarming signs feature photos of Thompson, Optum Health CEO Heather Sanfrocco, and United Health Group CEO Andrew Whitty. See, I'm wondering though, if you know how he's getting this following of people like, oh, he's a hero. I'm wondering if people did this after, like now everybody's like making him a hero, so then people printed it out and like put him up after because of that. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know if they're trying to insinuate that they think, let me see, I don't know if they think it was him that did that or just other people. What do you guys think? Let me see what this article says first. Okay, so looks like there's 3. So you have the Brian Thompson, then somebody, where is it? Another Optum Health CEO Heather, and then United Health Group CEO Andrew, to warn the heads of potential threats. A video shared on TikTok showed some of the posters hanging off traffic control boxes and blank walls on Canal Street, one of the most populated roads in downtown Manhattan. In red and black text, their sign read, "Wanted, denying medical care for corporate profit. Healthcare CEOs should not feel safe." Yeah, I'm sure people put it up after. At the bottom of the wanted sheet were the words "deny, defend, depose," which the alleged killer wrote on the bullets discovered at the scene of the crime. The phrase referenced a book by Jay Feynman titled "Delay, Defend, Deny: Why Insurance Companies Don't Pay Claims and What You Can Do About It." The prime suspect, Mangione, was also found to be a big reader. As investigators are currently dissecting Mangione's 3-page manifesto, which he wrote about his beliefs, additionally, the public unearthed the person of interest's Goodreads account. People saw a review Mangione wrote for Industrial Society and Its Future, and also known as the Unabomber Manifesto, written by Unabomber Theodore John Kaczynski. In the review, Mangione cited violence as a necessary for survival. If you can't see the oh yeah, here's one of the pictures. Look, denying medical care for corporate profit. And you can see wanted. It's crazy. A New York police department responded to the circulating hit list and hung up a bulletin to emphasize the risk following Thompson's murder, both prior to and after the suspected perpetrator's identification and arrest. Some online users across social media platforms reacted positively to the killing, encouraged future targeting of similar executives, and shared conspiracy theories regarding the shooting, the police wrote. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to play that. Okay. For added security measures, healthcare websites have taken down photos of their higher up employees following Thompson's death. Wow. On Tuesday, Mangione appeared in court and fought against extradition to New York, where he is charged with murder of the second degree. Okay, so let me look at these pictures here. Oh. Okay. No, that wasn't. All right, let me put. I'm just reading some of this. I guess I could have played this, but I don't think it might be kind of. And then I'll get the. Hold on one second. I'll play that real quick. The video that is connected to that article. Let's see.
Well, Michelle, thank you for that. Now that the prime suspect is behind bars and the wheels of justice are turning, my sources tell me that the NYPD is entering a new phase of their investigation. As prosecutors here in New York seek to prove second-degree murder, they're looking for new evidence that will help them convince a jury beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, in these surveillance images, you see a 25-year-old suspect, Luigi Mangione, taking aim and firing in Midtown last Wednesday, allegedly shooting and killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Pennsylvania police confiscated a 9mm handgun with a silencer when they arrested him in McDonald's. Now, NYPD forensics detectives will use state-of-the-art forensics in the Jamaica Queens lab to determine if it was the same gun used in the murder. Authorities say it is believed to be a ghost gun, virtually untraceable, made with a 3D printer. But sources close to the investigation tell me the shell casings left behind at the murder scene will be analyzed and can be tracked through the ATF's National Ballistics Database to see if there are any matches with bullets or guns from other crimes. Here's NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch speaking on the subject.
Upon further investigation, officers recovered a firearm on his person, as well as a suppressor, both consistent with the weapon used in the murder.
Now, sources also tell me that they'll be going over a lot of the video that they had collected and amassed thousands of hours of it in their initial investigation to see if there are any links with the suspect or if there are any potential accomplices. Because here in New York State, law enforcement sources tell me that if there is a murder accomplice, that's a charge that can carry a life sentence. Well, live in Lower Manhattan, I'm Lisa.
Dang it. Okay. So let me read the manifesto real quick. And then I just found something interesting maybe on Reddit I want to read. I was going to end up doing, I was like, oh, we'll just go over this first. Then I keep putting off the manifesto. So no, we'll just read the manifesto first. I'm sorry. I do that sometimes. Okay. So now, like I said, this is allegedly the manifesto. I don't know where somebody found this, to be honest, but it came out that same night. So I mean, it might come out that this really isn't. I mean, I don't know. Has anybody found another manifesto that's actually 3 pages? Not the ones that are, I think the other things are things that were in his notebook, but ones that are like a 3-page thing, or no? Oh, wait, hold on a second. I don't know. See, now there's other people are like saying, "Oh, this is the manifesto." Now I see why people are saying those other ones that are just like a paragraph here and there, why they're saying that that's the manifestos because the articles are saying that it is. I just typed it in to see if anything. Huh. Hold on. Let me see MSNBC. I want to see something. Just give me 1 minute before I read this. I just want to see. I wish I knew 100% if this was it, if this was legit. Yeah. Sucks because don't I don't know. I can't. Well, I'm gonna read it and like I said, I don't know if it is or not, but no, sorry, Miss Espinosa. I was just looking to see if there's anything else posted as a manifesto before I read this. If there's a confirmed one, so I don't read something that like I don't want to come to find out after I read it that there's another one. It's like, and this isn't it. But okay. Here we go. So this is what came out that same day. Supposedly this is the manifesto. So it says the Second Amendment means I am on my own chief executive and commander in chief of my own military. I authorize my own act of self-defense in response to a hostile entity making war on me and my family. Nelson Mandela says no form of violence can be excused. Kiamis says it all the same. Wait, Kiamis says it's all the same, whether you live or die or have a cup of coffee. MLK says violence never brings permanent peace. Gandhi says that nonviolence is the mightiest power available to mankind. That's who they tell you are heroes. That's who our revolutionaries are. Yet, is that not capitalistic? Nonviolence keeps the system working at full speed ahead. What did it get us? Look in the mirror. They want us to be nonviolent so they can grow fat off of the blood they take from us. The only way out is through. Not all of us will make it. Each of us is our own chief executive. You have to decide what you will tolerate. In Gladiator 1, Maximus cuts into the military tattoo that identifies him as a part of a Roman legion. His friend asks, "Is that the sign of your god?" As Maximus carves deeper into his own flesh, as his own blood drips down his skin, Maximus smiles and nods yes. That tattoo represents the emperor, who is God. The god emperor has made himself part of Maximus's own flesh. The only way to destroy the emperor is to destroy himself. Maximus smiles through the pain because he knows it is worth it. This is but okay, real quick, how do you know? Is it do you know for sure this is not B-ball graphs? I know there's people putting articles that are quoting something, but remember his notebook was found too. So I don't know. Maybe it's not though, but I don't know if anybody for sure knows though. That's the thing. There's other people with their opinions. Like you think it's not, but I think News Nation the other night was quoting from this. So I don't know. But says these might be my last words. I don't know when they will come for me. I will resist them at any cost. That's why I smile through the pain. They diagnosed my mother with severe neuropathy when she was 41 years old. She said it started 10 years before that with burning sensations in her feet and occasional sharp stabbing pains. At first, the pain would last a few moments, then fade to tingling, then numbness, then fade to nothing a few days later. I'll read those other articles that say that it's it too. So we'll read them all and then you guys could decide what you think is. Because I don't know. I know they found a notebook with notes in it and then they found the 3-page manifesto. So I'm sure they'll eventually release it and we'll see. So I don't know. The first time the pain came, she ignored it. Then it came a couple of times a year and she ignored it. Then every couple months. Then a couple times a month. Then a couple times a week. At that point, by the time the tingling faded to numbness, the pain would start and the discomfort was constant. At that point, even going from the couch to the kitchen to make her own lunch became a major endeavor. She started with ibuprofen until the stomach aches and acid reflux made her switch to acetaminophen. Wait, let me see. Sorry, I keep looking at chat because I want to see if like somebody actually knows for sure. All right, so she started with ibuprofen and then basically Tylenol. Acetaminophen is Tylenol. Okay. Then the headaches and barely sleeping made her switch back to ibuprofen. The first doctor said it was psychosomatic. Nothing was wrong. She needed to relax, de-stress, sleep more. The second doctor said it was compressed nerve in her spine. She needed back surgery. It would cost $180,000. Recovery would be 6 months minimum before walking again, 12 months for full potential recovery, and she would never lift more than 10 pounds of weight again. The third doctor performed a nerve conduction study, electromyography, MRI, and blood test. Each test costs $800 or $800 to $1,200. She hit the $6,000 deductible of her United Healthcare plan in October. Then the doctor went on vacation, and my mother wasn't able to resume tests until January when her deductible reset. The test showed severe neuropathy. The $180,000 surgery would have no effect. I mean, that is still a lot of money. Yeah, I mean, $180,000. Wow. They prescribed opioids for the pain. At first, the pain relief was worth the price of the constant mental fog and constipation. She didn't tell me about that until later. All I remember is we took a trip for the first time in years when she drove me to Monterey to go to the aquarium. I saw an otter in real life, swimming on its back. We left at 7 a.m. and listened to Green Day on the 4-hour car ride. Over time, the opioids stopped working. They made her more sensitive to pain, and she felt withdrawal symptoms after just 2 or 3 hours. Then gabapentin. By now, the pain was so bad she couldn't exercise, which compounded the weight gain from the slowed metabolic rate and hormonal shifts, and it barely helped the pain and made her so fatigued she would go an entire day without getting out of bed. The corticosteroids, which didn't even work. The pain was so bad I would hear my mother wake up in the night screaming in pain. I would run into her room asking if she's okay. Eventually, I stopped getting up. She'd yell out anguished shrieks of wordless pain. The word F stretched and extended to its limits. I turn over and go back to sleep. Okay. No, I went backwards. Hold on. There we go. Okay, so all of this while they bled us dry with follow-up appointment after follow-up appointment, specialist consultations, and more image scans. Each appointment was promised to be fully covered until the insurance claims were delayed and denied. Allopathic medicine did nothing to help my mother's suffering, yet it is the foundation of our entire society. My mother told me that on a good day, the nerve pain was like her legs were immersed in ice water. On a bad day, it felt like her legs were clamped in a machine shop device, screwed down to where the crank stopped turning, then crushed further until her ankle bones splintered and cracked to accommodate the tightening clamp. She had more bad days than good. My mother crawled to the bathroom on her hands and knees. I slept in the living room to create more distance from her cries in the night. I still woke up and still went back to sleep. Back then, I thought there was nothing I could do. The high copays made consistent treatment impossible. New treatments were denied as not medically necessary. Old treatments didn't work and still put us out for thousands of dollars. United Healthcare limited specialist consultations to twice a year. Then they refused to cover advanced imaging, which the specialists required for an appointment. Prior authorizations took weeks, then months. United Healthcare constantly changed their claim filing procedure. They said that my mother doctor needed to fax his notes. Then the United Healthcare said that they did not save fax patients' correspondence and required a hard copy of the doctor's typed notes to be mailed. Then they said they never received the notes. They were unable to approve the claim until they had received and filed the notes. They promised coverage and broke their word to my mother. With every delay, my anger surged. With every denial, I wanted to throw the doctor through the glass wall of their hospital waiting room. But it wasn't them. It wasn't the doctors, the receptionists, administrators, pharmacists, imaging technicians, or anyone we ever met. It was United Healthcare. People are dying. Evil has become institutionalized. Corporations make billions of dollars off the pain, suffering, death, and anguish cries in the night of millions of Americans. Okay. Ooh, hold on. We entered into an agreement for healthcare with a legally binding contract that promised care commensurate with our insurance payments and medical needs. The United Healthcare changes the rules to suit their own profits. They think they make the rules, and they think that because it's legal that no one can punish them. They think that there's no one out there who will stop them. Now my own chronic back pain wakes me in the night, screaming in pain. I sought out another type of healing that showed me the real antidote to what ails us. I bide my time, saving the last of my strength to strike my final blows. All extractors must be forced to swallow the bitter pain they deal out to millions. As our own chief executives, it's our obligation to make our own lives better. First and foremost, we must seek to improve our own circumstances and defend ourselves. As we do so, our actions have ripple effects that can improve the lives of others. Rules exist between two individuals in a network that covers the entire earth. Some of these rules are written down. Some of these rules emerge from natural respect between two individuals. Some of these rules are defined in physical laws, like the properties of gravity, magnetism, and potential energy stored in the chemical bonds of potassium nitrate. No single document better encapsulates the belief that all people are equal in fundamental worth and moral status in the frameworks for fostering collective well-being than the U.S. Constitution. Writing a rule down makes it into a law. I don't give a F about the law. Law means nothing. What does matter is following the guidance of our own logic and what we learn from those before us to maximize our own well-being, which will then maximize the well-being of our loved ones and community. That's where the United Healthcare went wrong. They violated their contract with my mother, with me, and tens of millions of other Americans. This threat to my own health, my family's health, and the health of our country's people requires me to respond with an act of war. So I don't know, guys. That was the thing that came out that same night. And then remember, News Nation quoted some of the stuff in here. They didn't put the whole thing up, but they quoted a few things. It was just some person. Who was it? I forget what the name of it on Twitter that posted this. So I don't know. We might find out that somebody just made this up and it's not the actual manifesto. I have no idea until they officially release it. But so then, Sarah, you sent me this article, and then Kaleidohope sent me an article with two different things here. So the one, which one is? I think this is the one you sent me, Sarah. Let's see what this says now. Real quick. All right, so this says, I've obtained a copy of suspected killer's Luigi Mangione's manifesto, the real one, not the forgery circulating online. So maybe it was a forgery. I don't know. Major media outlets are also in possession of the document, but have refused to publish it and not even articulated a reason why. My queries to the New York Times, the Washington Post, CNN, NBC to explain the rationale for withholding the manifesto while gladly quoting from it selectively have not been answered. I'll have more to say on this later, on how unhealthy the media's drift away from the public disclosure is. But for now, here's the manifesto. But see, they said it was 3 pages. This is not 3. That's not 3 pages, but let's read it. To the feds, I'll keep this short because I do respect what you do for our country. To save you a lengthy investigation, I state plainly that I wasn't working with anyone. This was fairly trivial. Some elementary social engineering, basic CAD, a lot of patience. The spiral notebook, if present, has some straggling notes and to-do lists that illuminate the gist of it. My tech is pretty locked down because I work in engineering, so probably not much info there. I do apologize for any strife of traumas, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. Now that has been quoted. That right there, this part right here. Where is it? This right here. I do apologize for any strife. And then the parasites. The news have been quoting those two things, but I don't. A reminder: the U.S. has the #1 most expensive healthcare system in the world. Yet we ranked roughly number 42 in life expectancy. United is the largest company in the U.S. by market cap. Behind only Apple, Google, Walmart. It has grown and grown, but as our life expectancy, no, the reality is, oh my God, I can't talk today. Wait, no, the reality is these, couldn't read the word, obviously, have simply gotten too powerful. They continue to abuse our country for immense profit because the American public has allowed them to get away with it. Obviously, the problem is more complex, but I do not have space, and frankly, I do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument, but many have illuminated the corruption and greed decades ago, and the problems simply remain. It is not an issue of awareness at this point, but clearly power games at play. Evidently, I am the first to face it with such brutal honesty. I mean, I do think that he did write that because they were quoting that, but I mean, I think I don't know why I feel like there's more because they said 3 pages. It's definitely not 3 pages, but what do you guys think? Okay, so let me read the other one that Kaleidohope. I think you were sent me, right? Hold on. It's exclusive. Hold on. Is it this one? Yeah, let's see what this says. I just kind of like skimmed through it. So maybe this is quote the same one. Let's see. Okay. So this is Luigi's alleged manifesto. Okay, let's see. As more evidence comes to light about Luigi, the murder charges, more details emerge about the alleged manifesto. The gun found on the suspect matches the shell casings found at the crime scene. And Commissioner Jessica Tisch also said lab results matched suspected Luigi prints to a water bottle and a protein bar wrapper found near the scene of the killing. So it did match him. With little information has come out regarding a clear motive, some experts have speculated based on a reported manifesto found. Independent journalist Ken Klippenstein published what's being reported as the entire manifesto, showing Mangione's discontent with the healthcare. Hold on, let me see. Is that how the other one starts? You know, they're just, oh, the heck. So they must not be doing it all because that cuts into right here. So okay, so it's a part of it. I'm not going to read it again, but it's a part of this one, right? And where does it end? Hold on, it ends with American public has allowed them to get away with it. Is that the end? So they just quote from here to here. So basically like half of it, I don't know why. So they're saying half of it. And then it says, RJ Martin, a former roommate at a co-living situation. So former roommate of Luigi, that's that guy we just watched. He told CNN that he had a back injury that caused debilitating pain sometimes. Martin said he checked with Mangione to learn he did have surgery. Photos of an x-ray posted to Mangione's X, formerly known as Twitter, show a back with several pins or screws in it. Okay, so that's just quoting The interview we already saw. We know he's fighting extradition. And it says the reason that Mr. Mangione was charged with second-degree murder as opposed to first-degree murder is actually that in New York State, in order to be charged with first-degree murder, it requires a very specific type of victim. For instance, a police officer, a firefighter, or a witness. I didn't know what. Wow, explained Jeremy Eldridge, a Baltimore area trial attorney. What Mr. Mangione is accused of is really more a second-degree murder in New York, which is the intentional killing of another human. They could always add that charge if they believe that it qualified. Eldridge said that he expects the murder trial to unfold first. In Pennsylvania, Mangione is facing firearms and forgery charges along with giving false information to law enforcement. Dickey said his client pleaded not guilty to the charges. During extradition hearing Tuesday, Dickey told Mangione to stop talking, which is something Dickey said will be case moving forward. Dickey said will be, I don't know. As long as I'm going to be his lawyer, I'm going to do all the talking. My client's not going to say anything. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty smart, right? So he's scheduled for a preliminary hearing December 23rd. It's possible that it gets rescheduled depending on the extradition process or other developments. Dickey did not say whether he intends to have the preliminary hearing moved. Mangione remains jailed in Pennsylvania. Meanwhile, Luigi's cousin, Del Nino Mangione, canceled a fundraiser scheduled for December 13th that was supposed to be held at the Hayfields Country Club in Baltimore. The Mangione family owns the club along with the Turf Valley Resort and the nursing homes, Lorraine Nursing Homes and talk radio station. So he canceled that fundraiser, huh? Well, then I don't know. I guess maybe the manifesto was just this right here, but which doesn't really. Let me read. Let me kind of just skim this again. It doesn't even really talk about anything like personal. Oh well. All right, so that's that. Now, okay. Gosh darn it, that's making me subscribe to see this article. Sorry, I'm not gonna do it. Okay, so let me play a video.
Breaking news, the alleged CEO killer, Luigi Mangione, denied bail as...
Oh, I didn't mean to. Well, I just wanted to bring that one over. Can you guys hear? I don't know if the audio went out.
Many people are sympathizing with him online tonight. The book Delay, Deny, Defend, which is about the health insurance industry's tactics, jumping to number 2 on Amazon's nonfiction bestsellers list. Number 2. Safe to say that book would never have been anywhere near number 2 if it were not for Luigi Mangione.
Can you guys hear it or not? I'm only asking, I mean, because I took out my headphones. It's low, but you could hear it. Okay. I had it low for some reason. Sorry. My headphones are so loud that when I'm just like listening to them, you know, myself just sitting here watching them, I have to turn it down. I end up turning them down and then I forget to turn it up for you guys.
Mangione. Those 3 words, delay, deny, defend, were almost identical to the ones found on shell casings near the crime scene. And on Yelp, the McDonald's where he was apprehended has been hit with a flood of 1-star reviews, calling the employees, quote, snitches and rats. Jason Carroll is out front.
This Ivy League hottie named Luigi is the Robin Hood that we never knew that we needed.
I listened to Luigi's manifesto this morning 3 times and I cried. Honestly, it's beautiful and I agree with him.
At least he left a very powerful message and he highlighted how terrible the healthcare system is in America. I think he'll go down as a hero in history.
He had been a named suspect for less than 48 hours, and yet within a fraction of that time, many in the world of social media had already made up their minds about Luigi Mangione.
I'm just eating it up because this is like regular everyday person becoming our hero, our vigilante.
These types of comments angering law enforcement and public officials.
I don't care your views about healthcare companies because I don't think they're great right now either. But you do not celebrate the assassination of another human being who is just doing his job.
But interest in Mangione just continues to grow. On X, before his arrest announcement, he had just 64 followers, now more than 320,000 and counting. His initial 827 followers on Instagram grew exponentially Monday as we watched. By 3 o'clock, more than 32,000. An hour later, 53,000. By 5 o'clock Monday, more than 71,000 followers before that account was suspended. Many of the comments calling for his freedom and calling him a hero.
Hear me on this. He is no hero. The real hero in this story is the person who called 911 at McDonald's.
That McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania, where a worker spotted the 26-year-old eating and called 911 Monday, targeted by Mangione's supporters.
What am I going to do? I'm going to stop eating at McDonald's.
It got so bad, Google had to remove reviews after that location was flooded with negative comments. Someone hung a banner above I-83 with the words "Deny, Defend, Oppose, Healthcare for All," a reference to bullet casings left at the crime scene. Amazon pulled apparel and home goods featuring the phrase. Online, Mangione may be a folk hero to some, but offline and in person, no shortage of those condemning him.
Healthcare is a mess in this country, but to celebrate somebody's death is sickening.
The people in these higher positions, like CEOs, they need to look at themselves and their company and ask themselves, why are people so ready to condemn us? Why are they so willing to call someone who supposedly killed another human being a hero?
While some suspect support for Mangione is not all about rage against healthcare, but instead something far more subjective and superficial.
It's the halo effect, like manifesting in real society.
You really
I truly believe so. Like, people treat people who are attractive like way differently.
People are like giving him leeway with this because they are fantasizing him a little bit, but I don't think violence should ever be the answer, no matter the circumstance.
Aaron, this could just end up being one of those cases that just ends up capturing the attention of the American people for a period of time. I mean, you look at what's happening right now on eBay at less checks, still selling merch related to this case. And the hashtag Free Luigi Mangione is something that's still trending even at this hour. Aaron.
Incredible. Jason, thank you very much. It was fascinating just to hear from all of those people. RJ Martin is back with me now. He's the owner of Surf Break Honolulu, HNL, a co-living community in Honolulu where he lived with and was good friends with.
I don't want to watch him again because, I mean, we already heard what he has to say. Let me see if there's anything else. No, it's just the interview. Okay, hold on one second. Dude, these were so loud. Like, it was making me feel really weird. So I am going to not use these anymore. I can't do it now because I turned it up. So you guys like turned it up on here so you guys could hear it. I just, for some reason, I can't. So I'll just use these. Oh, these low ones. Okay. Okay, so actually look at this though. Hold on, let me take this down. Look at this Reddit. So hopefully it's still up. I don't know. Right here. I haven't got to look at it yet. Wait, right here it is. Okay. But hopefully it's still good. Here we go. So it says, ooh, I gotta make that bigger. So it says, before you make up your mind on Luigi, based on what the media tells you, know that his Reddit account paints its own picture of who he is. So it says there's reason to believe that you, Mr. Cactus, is the UHC shooting suspect, Luigi Mangione. Credit to this comment, which is where I first saw this. Wait, credit. Oh, this comment is where I first saw this. Dug into the account for the fun of it. The account is suspended, so all record of its posts, comments comes from Reddit archives. Archive of all posts from the account. So now they've made two of them. So let's see. All comments from the account, primary and secondary, both primary and secondary links should have the same content. So let's see. Whoa, what does that say? Hold on a second. What? Have you guys ever seen that? Okay. Look, the first one, this came up. Username Cact. What is this? And then this is then when I clicked on the other one, this came up. So it says tops is contraindicated for high grade spondylosis. So that's what his back thing, but what? I honestly don't recall if they offer low grade slips. Haven't. Oh yeah, so he's supposedly this Mr. Cactus, I guess. So it says it's just talking about his back stuff. Let's see. Score 1 at Friday. Hold on. The loss of mobility after a 1-level spinal fusion. Comments. Oh wait, yeah, they said that would have been the Mr. Cactus is, but that's right. So I can't click on it, but I don't know. Submit. I don't. Stuck being sedentary when you're an energetic person who used to be so active is one of the worst aspects, sciatica. But there are always ways to keep your mind and body active while you heal. I spent a lot of time doing yoga, being mindful of avoiding certain postures, which was very different for me than my typical routine of weightlifting and martial arts. But I actually have learned a lot and didn't mind the transition at all. I also switched my workouts to static core exercises and built up a six-pack despite not being able to use a barbell for months. Basically, there are still options. Using your body, however, is currently capable will not only be critical for your mental health, but also helpful in speeding your recovery. You don't want to fall into a cycle of becoming too sedentary. So this is, I guess this is supposed to be him, but yeah, it's all about his back so far. Nor do you have to. There are always some activities that fall between your normal routine and nothing. Even if it is if it initially feels like the only option is being sedentary. Let me see if there's anything else. Ooh, hey, twin, bladder and genital pain for the last year, on and off after injuring my spondy. Also had back pain, sciatica, etc. This happened to me 2 weeks ago, starting to have numbness in my groin, bladder, and into my right leg below my knee. In my case, it's due to my piriformis hip muscles tightening to compensate for my injury. The tightness squeezes my nerves. It doesn't show up on an MRI, and no doc has really confirmed it. But when I sit, I feel it tightening and sensation into the groin and leg. Man, as simple as it sounds, have you seen a solid PT and tried really stretching your glutes and hips? Your MRI looks pretty good, which is good news. You don't have cauda equina, but the symptoms you're describing suck and are 100% real. Interesting. Oh, you can't hear? Really? I'm trying to, I don't know if you heard me yesterday. When I've been doing these timestamps, I've been realizing how loud I'm talking. So I've been trying to like not talk as loud. I did a test yesterday and people said they could hear me, but maybe I'm doing it too low. Can you guys not hear? I'm really trying to like not find a good like audio where it isn't like extremely loud, but it's loud enough. Because normally I talk too loud. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so there, if this is really him, it tells us when he had it. Because look, it says, okay, so this is July 7th, 2023. It says core workouts, lots of walking and avoid sitting. I'm pretty athletic, but haven't done any active sports in the last year. I've been rehabbing with lots of core work, though I just scheduled surgery for 2 weeks from now. It's clear to me at this point that while my body can do a lot, it cannot restabilize this fracture. Looking forward to being on the side of recovery. With a single level fusion, there's no reason athletics could be restricted, and at this point, I pretty much got to do it. Or no, I'm sorry, there's no reason athletics would be restricted. I think I said could be, but it's supposed to be would be. Okay. So wait, July. So he said he scheduled it in 2 weeks from July 7th. So yeah, that makes sense. The end of July 2023. So over a year ago, like a year and a half ago, pretty much estimating. Not quite a year and a half ago, but yeah. Okay, so then it says, yeah, when I went surfing, yep, a year and a half ago, I experienced sciatica for the first time. Basically, the extension movement destabilized my spondy. A few weeks later, I slipped on a piece of paper and my right glute locked and right leg shut down for a week. Couldn't support any weight on it. Eventually calmed down, but the stability was compromised and the glute keeps things in place, I guess. It's all a system, so it's important to keep everything strong and moving smoothly. But I have a question though. Why yeah, I know I'm silly. Why was this suspended? Why is it just because what he did and so they know this is him and just anything that he has they're suspending? Because I mean what I'm reading it, I don't think it goes against the guidelines on what it says, you know. Okay, let's see. It says 25. I have this started when I first aggravated my spondy, surfing, my back and oh, I already just read this. Oh no, actually it is something different, but never mind. I'm going to skip down a little bit. It says you are not crazy. If you have spondy and sciatica that is impacting your quality of life this much, it may be time. This is a structural problem that will likely only get worse with time. The good news, we live in 2023 with access to modern medicine. In my opinion, it's not worth being so afraid of more pain fusions down the line that you don't live your life now. I got caught in this loop for a year, all the while putting my life on hold in my 20s and damaging my nerves while I waffled on the decision. I have surgery scheduled in 2 weeks and I keep wondering why I was so afraid of it. Surgery is not 100% guarantee, but that's not something we can control. And once it hits this bad, we probably have to do it anyway. With axial back pain only, it's probably safe to wait until it's unbearable. With sciatica as a symptom, sooner can only be better, in my opinion. Yeah, mine's sciatica too, but I'm lucky I'm finding this job where I could baby it if I need to. And this is pretty interesting, and it does seem like it is him. Like everything's kind of lining up for what we know about him, right? Let's see. Let me try to make this bigger. It's so small, but it's one of those ones that's like, let me see. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, wait, I did it the wrong way. Never mind. Oh, no, I guess it'll work. Okay. Sometimes there's some that you can't because they're so wide, it doesn't work. But yeah, this is working. Okay, so let's see here. What time do you want me to go up at the more current? It's all back stuff. So look, it still is, yeah. I don't know if I should try to click on any of this. Let me see if I click on comments. Huh. Okay. Huh. Is this even interesting to you guys or no? I have a bunch of other videos I want to play, but I just saw this. I was like, huh, what is this all? Probably a All right, let me go up and see real quick what the newest thing is. So the newest one is from May 17th, 2024. Or wait. Yeah, 2024. That's right. Okay. There's a link to this back thing he has. I honestly don't recall. So I did read that. Let's see. May 17th. The loss of mobility after a 1-level spinal fusion. Huh. So this is, oh, that must be just Lincoln. Okay. Yeah. I think I'm going to move on, and then maybe like on my own time, I'll see if there's anything interested in here. Because, yeah, it's basically all just his back. Oh, thanks, Sarah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But now that we see, now supposedly that one, everybody's saying, well, a lot of people in chat were saying like that 3-page isn't the manifesto. So if it's just that couple paragraphs, basically, that doesn't really tell us much, you know? And it even makes me feel less like I never agreed. I don't find he's a hero like everybody else is. I mean, I get the healthcare insurance sucks. I'm struggling too with that issue, but I don't think what he did was like heroic. I feel like I don't know. But that manifesto that I thought was his manifesto did make me feel bad, like hearing, he had to, listen to his mom go through all that pain. It still didn't make me think what he did was justified or anything, not even a little. But now that that's probably not even the manifesto, his manifesto is it's not even, if that one page is his manifesto, then that's not even really personal at all. And it's not, I don't know. It's just like, what? It doesn't really bring up any emotions but I guess I don't think I feel like any manifesto I've ever read that somebody that's freaking had it, like did a shooting that's wrote like, and they never do actually. I never feel like, ooh, yeah, I feel ya. They're all just like, But yeah, so that means somebody freaking just made that up that night and just like wrote out a fake manifesto that was that kind of like fit what they thought that people would believe then. why, if that's the case, I just don't understand why people do that. It drives me nuts. Why? Like, what do they get off of it? To just watch people read it and like them knowing that it's not real? And I don't know. It doesn't make sense why people do that. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly, Delana. Um, yeah, maybe, Arlene, you're right. Maybe it is. Maybe that is in the notebook, and then the other one they can. I don't know why they would consider. Which one they would consider. Oh, that's the manifesto. Did he have a label that, or because I feel like if that is something in the notebook, that seems more like. I feel like I don't know. I don't know if they'll ever tell us. Or I'm sure they will, but I mean, it might not be for like a year until the trial. I don't know. You never know. Sometimes they release stuff and then sometimes they make us wait. So, well, they said like the news sources do have, well, they have that page one. They said like all those news sources have it, but they're just like quoting from it. They're not writing the whole thing. Dude, I wonder then if it's the person. I got to go back and go back to my live yesterday and see what's the name of the person that posted that. There was like some random Twitter. Wonder if they're the ones that freaking made it up. I don't know. I don't know for sure if it's made up, so I don't want to say that. I don't know where that came from. Just seems weird that somebody would freaking do like a. I don't know. All right, what do you guys want to watch now? We have. Let's see what this is. I don't know if this is going to be, this is another one, but I want to find that one that I watched yesterday. It was funny. I got to find it. Hold on. While this is playing, I'm going to try to find the other one. Let me reshare. Oh, wait, I didn't want to do it on this. Hold on. I wanted to use my other headphones. That's right. I'm not, nah, those got to take a break. Okay. I am using these. Then I don't think I have to worry about resharing it. It should be better. Okay. All right, let's see.
Thank you for joining us this morning. Are you standing by that statement that you've seen zero evidence tying Mangione to the murder?
That's correct. We had a brief hearing yesterday, and there was one document, an arrest warrant from the state of New York, which merely referenced a statute. We've seen no evidence. That's one of the many reasons why we're challenging the extradition at this point, so we can see some evidence and get a little more detailed information about the charges against.
Is this the one? Wait, is this the one I already played, guys? Because I have a few, but why am I? Unless if they did the same thing and played the same video while he was talking.
About the gun, what about the writings?
Well, as I indicated yesterday, I have not been made aware of any evidence that links the gun that was found on his person to the crime. These are things that we're looking to see. And yesterday was fast a day. Today's another day. We're looking forward to beginning our inquiry as to what evidence may or may not be out there.
Gun looks exactly the same as the one that was used.
Well, I mean, a lot of guns look the same. I mean, if you brought a gun in and say, well, it looks like that, I don't even know if that evidence would be admissible. And if so, I would argue that it wouldn't be given much weight. That's why they do ballistic tests, ballistics examination, a test of all that to try to match that. Trust me, they're going to try to match that firearm to the incident by more than just, well, it looks like that.
What about the writings? These parasites had it coming, talking about the healthcare industry, corruption, and greed. That is all evidence, isn't it?
Well, I mean, certainly it could be. I haven't seen any of that yet. One of the rules of evidence is there's a rule of completeness. So you have to take any writing or any document in its entirety, because some things can be taken out of context. So again, these are exactly the things that I'm looking to get my hands on. I'm hoping that we can get that maybe even as early as today. Again, I really can't comment on something that I haven't seen in its totality.
How about the fake ID? Same one used at the hostel.
Well, again, whether or not that's matched to that, these are things I need to find out. I need to examine things. People put out certain things and parts of the different things, but I think any lawyer involved in this situation would want to see it all.
Did Mangione tell you he didn't do it?
I would never reveal any conversation between my client. That would not be proper. There's an attorney-client privilege, and I cannot and would not ever comment on that.
Mr. Dickey, thank you for your time this morning.
Maury, me too. So the crazy thing is that's almost the same situation. So I had applied before in past years at different times and always got denied, because you know what they would do is they went back and they would go by what my parents made. They kept trying to go by what my parents made. Is I don't live with my parents at the time. They don't give me money. So I always got denied. But the time that I had my freaking pulmonary embolism, I thought for sure when they're like, okay, you could apply, for Medicaid. I was in the hospital. I thought for sure I'm going to get denied again, because they're not going to go by what I make, but okay, I'll try. And I got accepted for once, thank God. And I was living in Colorado, but even when I was living in Colorado, they went by what my parents made. It's well, why? I don't live with them. It makes no sense. Originally, I'm talking about before the blood clot thing, I had applied. But yeah, same thing. That's crazy, because I didn't have kids. Anybody, if you had kids or pregnant, yeah, you'll get accepted real quick. But yeah, so now I don't know why they do that. Yeah, but I wasn't even living with them at times, and they would. I forget how that worked out, but it was just but yeah, the household income. But yeah. Anyway, the 3D printers, yeah, that's crazy. I don't even understand how it's just so crazy how it could make a gun in a silencer. Okay, so next let's watch. I think well, let me see what this is. Is this the same friend? Give me 1 minute. No, this is a different one. Okay, I want to play this.
Is held this morning. Suspected CEO killer Luigi Mangione is held without bail in this Pennsylvania prison, fighting extradition to New York after this outburst outside court yesterday.
Completely out of touch.
It could be weeks before Mangione's return to New York to answer to murder charges in the death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. In a new interview last night, NYPD officials said investigators continue combing through forensic evidence.
You can see that he was very methodical in his actions. We know that he arrived in New York City well before the incident took place. He was paying everything in cash. He was leaving a very, very light fingerprint for us to try and find him.
For months, Luigi Mangione had stopped communicating with family and friends. His mother last month filed a missing persons report in San Francisco. A former roommate in Hawaii says Mangione struggled with a back injury.
He did let me know that the severity of his back issue was such that it was very difficult to have physical relationships with women, that it made things painful.
This x-ray of a spine posted to his social media account. In addition to back pain, Mangione also posting about brain fog and sciatica, at one point writing, "It's absolutely brutal to have such a life-halting issue." Investigators are also focusing on notes they say Mangione had when he was arrested, saying, "A reminder, the U.S. has the #1 most expensive healthcare system in the world, yet we rank roughly number 42 in life expectancy." Another saying companies have simply gotten too powerful and they continue to abuse our country for immense profit because the American public has allowed them to get away with it. Mangione's attorney urging the public not to rush to judgment, saying his client will plead not guilty to all charges.
If you're an American, you believe in the American criminal justice system, you have to presume him to be innocent.
Friends from his elite high school in Baltimore, where he was valedictorian, expressing shock at the arrest.
I've still been in a little state of disbelief that this kid that I knew from high school 8 years ago is now the most high-profile killer, allegedly, in the country.
Mangione's family has deep ties to the healthcare industry. His grandfather, a reported self-made millionaire whose portfolio included nursing homes. The family known to donate to local medical facilities.
Insult the intelligence of the American people.
As Mangione fights extradition to New York, his outburst outside court now in the spotlight. We spoke to ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer.
What do you make of that outburst, and could this be setting up a possible defense?
But New York does have a defense of what's called extreme emotional distress that would make a murder charge turn into a manslaughter charge that would take 15 years to life, look more like 5 to 25 years. So in his instance, he may say that he's a victim of healthcare insurance system, and that put him in a headspin that existed at the time in which he committed this homicide, and then the jury will have to decide whether or not that's reasonable.
Mangione appears to have been inspired by the Unabomber, according to a police report obtained by ABC News. Meanwhile, his lawyer's office says it's being inundated with calls from people looking to pay his legal bills.
You guys, I saw the I don't know if it's the video that you saw. People were talking about a couple days ago about him peeing his pants, but I saw a video where one of the reporters say how he peed his pants. So I think he probably, the more I thought about it and looked into it, I think he probably peed in the McDonald's, right? When they said he was shaking and he was scared, he probably peed his pants there. And then by the time he went to court, they probably dried, or he had a change of clothes, another pair of jeans or something, maybe. I think the pee was like right away. I don't know. I could be wrong, but another news clip. I think I have it somewhere. We'll probably get to it. Oh, Lordy. Dang it. I'll probably get attacked by it, like laughing about it, huh? By his fan base. Okay, so let me play this one. I have a few more videos. Let's see what this one is. This one is
an outburst from Luigi Mangione, shackled and handcuffed as he was dragged into court.
As a completely out of touch, and an insult to the intelligence of the American people, and planting fear.
Sheriff's deputies wrestling him inside. He refused to waive extradition to New York, where he's charged with murdering United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson.
When I entered my appearance, and for the record, he's pleading not guilty to this. And I've seen zero evidence at this point.
The judge denied bail. Mangione kept quiet as he left court, head down. He's a threat to no one, but this morning the NYPD is alarmed by these posters outside the New York Stock Exchange and social media posts suggesting Mangione is a martyr.
We do a lot of work in the online space. As part of that, we'll surge resources, protective resources around the city wherever we need to when we're anticipating and dealing with a big uptick in threats.
In a confidential assessment obtained by ABC News, the NYPD says Mangione considered Thompson's murder a symbolic takedown of United Healthcare over perceived corruption, adding the suspect likely views himself as a hero of sorts who has finally decided to act upon such injustices. A copy of the suspect's alleged writings said United Healthcare was among corporations that have simply gotten too powerful, and these parasites simply had it coming. Mangione also referenced a spiral notebook that sources tell ABC News contained writings about the Unabomber, but how Mangione thought explosives could kill innocent people. The writings were found, police say, when Mangione was arrested at this McDonald's, seen eating a hash brown moments before.
My one friend made the comment. He thought it was. He goes, "Don't that look like the shooter from New York?"
An employee called police.
The worker that took his order, she said his eyes and his eyebrows. She just thought it was him.
Police say the gun Mangione had looks very similar to the gun used in the murder, capable of firing 9mm rounds and made, at least in part, with a 3D printer. Earlier, the suspect tried checking into this Altoona motel, but no room was available.
There was somebody that checked in, and the officer goes, "Did he have a mask on? Did he ever take a mask off?" I was like, "Comes back, no, he never did take the mask off." He says, "I'll be down there in 5 minutes to talk to you." We pulled it up on surveillance, and sure as stuff, they go, "Yeah, that's him."
Mangione had been out of touch with his family for months. In November, sources tell ABC News his mother filed a missing persons report in San Francisco. The sources say investigators in Pennsylvania have started interviewing his relatives, perhaps asking about internet posts in which Mangione wrote about back pain, brain fog, and sciatica. Mangione at one point writing, "It's absolutely brutal to have such a life-halting issue." His former roommate in Hawaii said Mangione struggled with a back injury.
Unfortunately, he did let me know that
My audio's out. Can you guys hear? Why am I not hearing anymore? Huh. You can't either? Wow.
100,000 new followers.
The person that I knew 8 years ago and the person that he allegedly has become today could not be more different.
A former classmate left stunned.
I've still been in a little state of disbelief that this kid that I knew from high school for 8 years ago is now the most high-profile killer, allegedly, in the country. I would never have had anything bad to say about him.
Okay, so that's... Dude, I have a Nancy Grace, too, we could watch. What
is led into court.
Sorry.
Drama as accused assassin Luigi Mangione is led into court.
And completely out of touch.
He's slammed into a wall as he yells out a message to America.
And the insult, the intelligence of the American people, and the lived experience.
The outburst comes as many in law enforcement believe Mangione was captured in the nick of time. He may have been ready to strike again.
He is armed with a weapon and ammunition and cash. So was he going to do another job?
Cops say a black untraceable ghost gun was found in Mangione's possession, along with a loaded magazine with 6 9mm rounds and 1 loose hollow point bullet. Mangione was carrying $8,000 US, $2,000 in foreign currency, and a passport. Also in his backpack, according to police, a 3-page handwritten manifesto confessing to the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson and ranting about other health insurance bosses. These parasites had it coming, he wrote. It had to be done.
When we look at the plurality of the statements that he made in terms of parasites, it begs the question as to, was there another target?
Mangione was captured as he traveled between Philadelphia and Pittsburgh on a Greyhound bus that stopped for a break at a McDonald's in Altoona. New images taken inside the restaurant show him wearing a blue surgical mask, then taking it off to eat a breakfast of hash browns. This McDonald's customer says he was there.
The one worker that actually thought it was him, she said it between his eyes and his eyebrows. She says, when I took his order, it was like, oh my God, it's a guy from New York.
That sharp-eyed McDonald's employee called 911. And rookie cop Tyler Fry, just 6 months on the job, responded.
My partner and I recognized him immediately, just from what we saw in the media with photos, videos. We just didn't even think twice about it. We knew that was our guy.
Fry says Mangione gave a false name, then started to shake when asked if he had been in New York recently. Realizing it was all over, he apparently wet himself. This booking photo was taken a short time later. He was placed in an anti-suicide smock.
It feels good to get a guy like that off the street, especially starting my career this way. It feels great.
New York's Mayor Eric Adams made a call to Officer Fry to thank him.
And you just did a great job, heads up policing.
So who gets the $60,000 reward?
The McDonald's worker that made the phone call to 911 absolutely deserves the reward.
And get this McDonald's in Altoona is under attack today, with trolls posting dozens of fake one-star reviews. This location has rats in the kitchen that will make you sick and your insurance isn't going to cover it, goes one. On social media, some are calling Mangione a hero to all those wronged by health insurance companies. The hashtag #FreeLuigi is going viral, but Pennsylvania's Governor Josh Shapiro is having none of it.
In some dark corners, this killer is being hailed as a hero. Hear me on this. He is no hero.
Completely out of touch, and it's an insult to the intelligence of the American people.
Yeah, I don't. This the. Hold on, give me one. Hold on a second. All right, let's see what this is. You guys, oh yeah, the Nancy Grace. Hold on, I have this Fox, and then I'll play it.
Local police made that arrest.
Then I'll play the Nancy Grace. Oh, I think he did, Sarah. Think I saw a thumbnail for. I'm pretty sure I saw a thumbnail. Unless if I'm thinking of Hannah. I don't know, I have to check.
Of Luigi Mangione. A customer inside said that they spotted him and recognized him while he was eating in the corner. But he's currently being held at the Huntington Correctional Facility, which is about 40 minutes away from here, as he and his defense attorney fight extradition.
I'm a lawyer. That's why we're fighting extradition. We have constitutional rights, and that's what we're doing.
Thomas Dickey is challenging extradition to New York City for his client, Luigi Mangione, who is accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in Midtown Manhattan last week. Dickey claims there isn't enough evidence for his client to be held without bail.
You can't rush the judgment in this case or any case, because any one of you all, if you're charged with a crime or any of your family members or loved ones, you don't want anybody rushing to those judgments. So if you believe in America and that presumption of innocence, then you cannot rush to judgment.
With his arms and legs shackled, Mangione had an outburst as he was escorted into Blair County Courthouse for his extradition hearing on Tuesday.
Completely out of touch, and it's an insult to the intelligence of the American people and its lived experience.
Mangione was spotted in this Altoona McDonald's on Monday, eating what appears to be a hash brown when police approached him. Investigators say on him was a laptop, masks, $10,000 cash, the same New Jersey fake ID he used at the Upper West Side hostel, and a gun consistent with the weapon used in the shooting. This customer says his friend was the one who notified a McDonald's employee.
He made a comment, God, that looks like the shooter from New York. But I thought he was, the group of us, I thought it was more of a joke. And we were kidding about it. But then as it turned out, it was him.
As the Manhattan District Attorney's Office has put out an arrest warrant for Mangione for murder and other charges, the Blair County charges are still active.
We also intend on cooperating with the New York City Police Department and the Manhattan DA's office. We've already indicated to them that we believe their charges take precedent, and we'll do what's necessary to accommodate their prosecution first. But that doesn't mean we're getting rid of our charges.
And while in court yesterday for his hearing, Mangione was restless. He interrupted his defense attorney, who turned to him and said, quote, "Don't say a word." Now, they have 2 weeks to file a formal application to fight against extradition, but it could take up to 45 days to extradite him back to New York. We're live in Altoona, Pennsylvania. Michelle Ross, back.
Hold on one second. I was trying to read. I don't. Hold on, let me find this. Where is it at? right here. I don't even know who this guy is. They're comparing look, do you guys know who it is? It says Miranda Devine, Daniel Penny, and Luigi each took different paths in life. Only one can be called a hero. Let's see, they were both born in 98, both raised less than 250 miles apart. Penny is a middle child of 3 sisters. Mangione has 2 younger sisters. Both grew up into an athletic and diligent young men. Luigi's was more privileged than Penny's, and he was more academically successful. He attended prestigious Baltimore prep school that cost his parents $40,000 a year, graduating as valedictorian, but before earning a bachelor's and master's degree in computer science at the Ivy League University of Pennsylvania, where his passion was for devising complex computer games to stimulate his fantasies. He then worked at various tech companies, including most recently a software engineer at California online car seller TrueCar. At some point last year, he left that job and started to travel, winding up in Honolulu after backpacking through Asia. He reportedly loved Japan and spent time there earlier this year, observing the culture, a bit like a professor studying ants, judging by emails and that have surfaced online. Scary lack of free will in this country, he wrote in one email to an acquaintance. Wait, scary lack of free will in this country. Describing an incident in which he went to the rescue of a man having a seizure, but was critical of the slow response of police who waited for green lights despite the urgency. Modern Japanese urban environment is an evolutionary mismatch for the human animal, he wrote. And then we have Danny Penny. He was acquitted Monday in the death of a homeless man, Jordan. Similar independence. Penny grew up in a less wealthy environment without the advantages that Mangione enjoyed. He attended a public school, West Islip High, where he excelled at sports before joining the Marines, serving as a squadron leader on 2 overseas deployments. After 4 years in the military, he spent several months working at a surf shop in North Carolina near Camp Lejeune. He then enrolled in college but found it unfulfilling. Like Mangione, he had come to crossroads in his mid-20s, decided to travel the world in search of meaning. Growing up here in New York, I've always been inspired by the ambition and grit, Penny said. Penny dropped out of college and backpacked through Central America, inspired by the novel. Oh, thanks, Deb. Yuzev, you are the best on crime shows. Thanks. Oh, thank you. I feel today I've stumbled over my words. I guess I always stumble over my words, but sometimes I stumble a little bit more. Anyway, I don't even know who this guy is, though. He looks familiar. Do you guys know? I'm trying to find. I was trying to, while I was watching that other video was playing, I was trying to like skim through this to figure out what does this guy do? Obviously, he killed a homeless guy, but what? Well, let me see. Wait, what does it say? Okay. They both like surfing, handsome, strong. Okay, hold on. I just want to see what he did. Okay. So one of these all-American 26-year-olds is allegedly a cold-blooded assassin who fatally shot a man in the back in Midtown Manhattan. The other is a good Samaritan who saved subway passengers from a deranged vagrant, who was threatening to kill them. Mangione and Penny both have found themselves caught in the tender mercies of Manhattan over 2 tragic and very different deaths in the city. Both young men see themselves in heroic terms, but Penny is the only hero. Yeah, I agree. From now comparing from that summary of what he did, basically, he saved it. Wow. I did not know that. Did you guys hear it? Have you guys heard of him? Okay, so let's see. Penny's empathy. never should have been charged over the death of a violent, drug-addled Jordan Neely, who was threatening passengers on the F train on May 1st last year before the former Marine restrained him with a chokehold. Penny was driven by empathy for the women and children, recoiling in fear as Neely, 30, shrieked, I'll hurt everyone here. I'll kill you. I don't care if I go to prison. The sad surveillance footage shows Neely struggling while Penny and another man restrained him for 7 minutes. When police arrived, he was breathing, despite a malign prosecutor who kept referring to Penny as white man and portrayed him as a racist. And unanimous jury, majority female and including 4 people of color, acquitted Penny of criminally negligent homicide this week. Okay, good. I mean, what do you guys think? I didn't hear the whole case, but it sounds like if it was to save people. So we have majority female, including 4 people of color. Okay. So I didn't see a black man threatening passengers, said Penny. I saw a man threatening passengers, a lot of whom were people of color. I was scared for myself, but I looked around. I saw women and children. He was yelling in their faces. I didn't want to be put in that situation, but I couldn't just sit still and let him carry out these threats. In an interview with Fox News, Judge Janine on Tuesday. Wait. In an interview with Fox News, Judge Janine Pirro on Tuesday, Penny said, I'll take 1 million court appearances and people calling me names and people hating me just to keep one of those people from getting hurt or killed. Mangione, if he is guilty as charged of the murder of Brian Thompson, is no hero. The man who walked up behind Thompson in the early morning darkness and calmly pumped 3 bullets into his retreating body. Okay, so it's 3 bullets. I missed the third one. That one, it looked like it jammed, but I guess the one that I thought, he did shoot the 3. Huh. Anyway, the harrowing surveillance footage begins with Thompson walking purposely down 54th Street towards Hilton on 6th Avenue, where he was due to give a speech at a conference. Oh, what? His father, who left the family, had not seen Jordan for years and is now suing Penny. Give me the right. Wow. It's all about money. They probably don't care. They just wanted money, right? Man. Okay, where are you at? It is to be the last journey for the 50-year-old father of 2 who pulled himself up by the bootstraps from a working class family in rural Iowa, the son of a beautician and a grain elevator operator. He went to a state school, South Hamilton High School in Iowa, where he was class president and homecoming king in his senior year. He graduated in 1993, valedictorian, just like Mangione. The last moments of his life on that cold morning were captured in the grainy video police found from a camera on the street corner. Shows a girl. Yeah, we saw it. Okay, so Thompson staggers, then stumbles to his right, clutching at the wall and looking back in shock at the gunman, who calmly reloads and fires a second shot as he walks towards his prey. Gosh. Dang, I can't even. Ugh. You can see the blur of Thompson's face before he is spun around. Staggers a few steps and slumps to the sidewalk. Man. Wow. The gunman fires a third shot as Thompson falls, then walks briskly towards his victim. Thompson has stopped moving. The gunman veers away across the street. His sick real-life game has worked just as planned. The words he engraved on the deadly bullets, deny, defend, depose, evoke the tactics insurance companies are said to use to avoid paying claims. But they are simply there to give him glory in the fake alibi of a valiant avenger. When Mangione was arrested Monday at McDonald's, police allegedly found a rambling manifesto that presents him as a hero who did what had to be done because healthcare executives like Thompson are parasites who kill Americans. The words believe a life of narcissism and delusions of grandeur. They are another transparent attempt to paint the premeditated murder of Thompson as a noble mission. And yet, it is Mangione and not Penny who has attracted swooning fans online who exhibit this. Yeah, wait, that's crazy because I didn't even know who Penny was. Yet, put a 1 if you guys have heard of this Penny, and put a 2 if not, because that's very interesting. Like, I bet you barely nobody knows of this guy, and Penny's a real hero, and everybody's freaking going nuts over this guy. And so put a 1 if you heard of the guy that saved the people, the Penny guy. What's his first name? Hold on, let me see. And a 2 if not. Daniel Penny. Let me see here. It looks like more people have than not, but still, I bet you if I asked, like in a year, if I asked about Mangione, I bet you more people would have heard or would put a 1 than this guy, this Daniel Penny. Just interesting. All right, let's watch Nancy Grace real quick, and then that might be all.
Bombshell tonight.
Okay.
In the so-called health boss shooting, an Ivy League grad turned assassin now charged with murder. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us.
Breaking. A person of interest identified in the United Healthcare CEO shooting. A man taken into custody in Pennsylvania.
Straight out to Chief of Detectives NYPD, Joe Kinney.
A man was taken into custody today in Altoona, Pennsylvania this morning. He has been identified as Luigi Nicholas Mangione. He's a male, 26 years old. He was born and raised in Maryland. We know he has ties to San Francisco, California, and his last known address was Honolulu, Hawaii. He has no prior arrest history in New York. This case was brought to a successful conclusion based on the coordinated effort between numerous NYPD units, including the Intelligence and Counterterrorism Bureau, our federal partners at the FBI, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, and of course, members of the Altoona Police Department in Pennsylvania.
Repeat, for those of you just joining us, bombshell. An arrest has been made in the so-called health boss murder of all people. An Ivy League grad turned assassin born with a silver spoon in his mouth right now in isolation and a Pennsylvania CI Correctional Institute at Huntington. What happened? How did a guy with everything turn into a cold-blooded assassin? Joining me in all-star panel straight out to Hermania Rodriguez, joining us, chief U.S. reporter with DailyMail.com and star of the podcast, The Trial of Diddy. Hermania, tell me about the arrest.
Right. So finally, after a 5-day manhunt, police found the suspect, Luigi Mangione, at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania, actually. Police now say that he had been in the state moving back and forth between Pittsburgh and other places for days. It appears that an employee at McDonald's called police after someone recognized him and said he was acting suspicious. Police said yesterday that when they approached him, he gave the same fake ID ID from New Jersey that he had given to check into the hostel in New York. Now, when police asked him if he had recently been to New York, that's when he started shaking and became very nervous, and that's when he was arrested. And now he's been now charged with the murder of Brian Thompson.
Take a listen to Tyler Fry. Now, this is a rookie police officer, was formerly with the sheriff's department. Listen.
Whenever we got on scene there, we were able to pretty much find where he was at in the restaurant. And as soon as he was wearing a blue medical mask. As soon as we pulled that down, or we asked him to pull it down, my partner and I recognized him immediately. Didn't even think twice about it. We knew that was our guy, but he was very cooperative with us. Didn't really give us too many issues. Once we found out his identity, we took it from there.
Tyler Fry being lauded today in making the arrest. That's where our friends at 11 Alive to Dave Mack, crimeonline.com investigative reporter who's been on the case from the very beginning. Dave Mack, there have been conflicting reports that a McDonald's employee ID him, or was it an elderly patron who identified Mangione, Luigi Mangione, and that patron then alerted an employee, and the employee called 911. How did it go down, Mac?
That is exactly how it happened, Nancy. An elderly couple looking over noticed him. He was sitting in the very back of the restaurant. He's got his little blue mask up. He's sitting there eating breakfast, looking at his laptop. But an elderly man spots him back there and goes to an employee and says, "I think that's the guy." So the employee calls, and the police were right there.
Now, I've heard that he was acting suspiciously. To Cheryl McCollum joining me, forensic expert and director of the Cold Case Research Institute, star of hit podcast Zone 7. Cheryl, you have to have a reason to detain, okay? Not arrest, but to detain. It's an age-old seminal case, U.S. versus Terry, okay? To stop someone just to ask for ID. So to say he was acting suspiciously, the guy's in the back booth at a McDonald's on his laptop. I don't know what is suspicious about that. I'll tell you what I think, Cheryl. I think they identified him. The patron identified him and go, "Hey, that's the guy I'm seeing on TV that shot down the CEO." And the employee called 911. I don't know what's suspicious about that, but a police officer has the right, based on intuition, to ask you for ID. That is okay.
They were called there because two people, not one, thought, "Hey, that looks like the guy. And if he's eating breakfast, he's having to move that mask a little bit to take a bite." Once they approach him, law enforcement says, "Hey, we were called here. Let me just go ahead and see your ID." The ID that he gives them is the same fake New Jersey ID that he gave to the hostel. Well, at that point, they're like, "This is the guy." We also recognize him from the photograph that NYPD put out. And I just want to say that is absolutely fantastic police work that they put his face out so fast that somebody in Pennsylvania is going to recognize him.
Joining you right now, high-profile lawyer, defense attorney Jason Oceans, who practices in this jurisdiction. Jason Oceans, don't you just hate it as a defense attorney when the cops do it by the book? There's really nothing for you to complain about. And can't you just see it? After my dad retired from the railroad, a group of his friends, he would occasionally go, very rarely, but they would get together at McDonald's, okay? They are not paying $5 for a cup of coffee at Starbucks. And they would be there every day. Many of them military vets like my father. And can't you just see people that go to that McDonald's every day and they're sitting there going, "Oh, my stars, that's him." And the police did not screw it up. This rookie, formerly a sheriff, however, comes in. He's got a suspicion and he does a Terry.
Yeah. Good Terry stop. I think you highlighted that well. And no, as a defense attorney, listen, you're presented the evidence and the facts as they are, Nancy. You know, we don't make that up. We might highlight things or focus on different aspects to ensure, justice, if you will. But it was a great stop. And you quite properly note that he was experienced as a sheriff. So he might have been a rookie to the Altoona PD, but certainly his instincts kicked in. moved the mask, secured the scene, make sure that he was safe and his partner. And, kudos to NYPD and getting the information out. The picture, as it's been noted, that was widespread national news and really just good old police detective work.
Hey, Tom Smith joining me, former NYPD detective, 30 years in the city. Now, star of the Gold Shield Show. It's a podcast. Tom Smith, thank you for being with me. Tom, you know how wrong this could have gone, how sideways it could have all turned. You know, he had the ghost gun with him, and one of the gun charges against him, he's got multiple gun charges, is he's got a suppressor, aka silencer, but also he had a loaded illegal gun. There wasn't just some ammo in his backpack. That gun was loaded. You know how wrong this takedown could have gone?
It could have gone terribly wrong. The good thing was they got him kind of by surprise. They got him in a confined area, and the deputies who showed up did a masterful job at doing this. They got on top of him quick before he could do anything or think about anything. And like I said, being in that corner helped them a lot, and they took advantage of that.
You mean him sitting in a back booth in the corner? Yeah, there was nowhere for him to go.
Absolutely. And
Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am. That's what you
Tom
hope
Smith, this is when I ask you what could have gone wrong. I was a rookie ADA, assistant district attorney in inner city Atlanta, and had befriended a rookie cop that had testified in a lot of what I was putting up to the grand jury, Randy Shapani, and he made a routine traffic stop. Routine traffic stop. That was it. The driver rolled down the window, took a gun, and shot him in the head. Just like that, for nothing. So you never know when is going to be your last day on the police force, Tom.
Oh yeah, and I lived with that for 30 years, and that's what I mean by the great actions of this deputy. He didn't let him get an upper hand. He took control of the situation and had him covered, giving him no way to get out of that area or to, any overt act towards the officers.
Take a look at what we're showing right now. This is off of Luigi Mangione's own social media. Look at his back. It looks like screws drilled into his back. According to a friend of his vertebrae were about 1/4 to 1/2 inch disaligned. The pain was excruciating and possibly had pinched a nerve. Dave Mack, Crime Online, isn't it true that he confided to friends in his co-share on the 40th floor of a Hawaii high-rise that he couldn't have sex because of back pain?
It's a constant agonizing feeling that he had all the time. And talking about not being able to have sex was just a way of him expressing that this was a chronic situation with no relief inside. It's like rusting from the inside, Nancy.
Joining me, Joe Scott Morgan, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, death investigator, author of Blood Beneath My Feet, and host of Body Bags with Joseph Scott Morgan. Joe Scott, explain the intense pain that comes along with a back ailment like that, and how that factors into a young man, 26 years old, that can't have sex.
Yeah, it would be horribly frustrating, Nancy, over this period of time. And you can see the horrific appearance of this surgery in and of itself is something that he would have been laid up with for a protracted period of time. We've got 4 screws that are being demonstrated here, and this is a crucial pivot point in the axis of your body. So he would have been dealing with chronic pain. Nancy, one of the things I'm wondering about, and I talked to Bethany about this off air, I really wonder if he was taking medication for pain management relative to this, because this is not something that would have he would have just healed from it very easily. We have to understand how far post-surgical he is to try to understand this. Was he under the influence of any kind of medication? And did he even have a doctor that he was following?
Up. I know where you're going with this. This is like pouring gas on the fire for Jason Ocean's defense attorney. Whether he was on pain meds or not does not change intent to fire the weapon. He is currently charged with at least 3 crimes. 1, murder 2 in New York. Why not murder 1? Murder 1 in New York, correct me if I'm wrong, Jason Oceans. Murder 1 is usually reserved for a police officer, a correctional officer that has been killed. Torture is used. That's when we see a murder
Correct.
1 charge. With murder 1, yeah, you can get life without parole. Murder 2, Jason, please, I don't mind if you interrupt. Murder 2 is when you intend to do the act. It's not an accident. It's not drunk driving. It's not voluntary manslaughter. It's not in heat of passion. You mean to pull the trigger.
Your mens rea, your
but
intent,
there is
correct.
yes, the sentence for murder 2 in New York is 15 to life. There is no life without parole for murder 2. He's charged with that. He's charged with forging, and that's probably going to be his passport. And he's charged, it's called forged document, either the passport or the
Possession of
driver's
forged
license. And he's,
Yeah,
and
possession
he's
of-
charged with 1 count of criminal possession of a weapon, including a suppressor, a silencer, and I believe he's going to be charged with possession of live ammo in a gun. Also, he had a weapon without a serial number on it. We know it was a ghost gun now. And unless I'm wrong on those charges, Jason, do I have any of that wrong? Quickly.
No, you great recitation. The top count would be murder 2. Murder 1 referred, as you did, reference only to law enforcement officers.
Joe Scott Morgan is talking about, is he on pain medication? You know what?
Yeah.
Save it for the jury, because he had this intense period of time, an extended period of time where he planned this. And there is no way he's going to walk because he says, oh, I took a Xanax. He may have been on pain medication, although we have not been told he had it with him. We know he was exploring alternative methods of healing and pain relief, such as magic mushrooms, but he had the wherewithal to have a gun with him and a fake passport, according to the NYC Police Commissioner, Tish.
Responding officers questioned the suspect, who was acting suspiciously and was carrying multiple fraudulent IDs as well as a U.S. passport. Upon further investigation, officers recovered a firearm on his person as well as a suppressor, both consistent with the weapon used in the murder. They also recovered clothing, including a mask consistent with those worn by our wanted individual.
Higher crime rates. We all know that. Stay safe. Gain peace of mind. Tours for 5 days. This whole man, United Healthcare, raking in millions of dollars a year. Wild, zany theories circulated on social media that Thompson had actually hired someone to kill him. There were allusions that Thompson's wife was somehow involved and had set up a hit. All of that is bogus. All of that is BS. Instead, what we've got is a 26-year-old Ivy League grad, double major from University of Pennsylvania. Yeah, that's him. If you look at his social media, he and his family have traveled all around the world. He had the best of everything. His grandparents, Italian immigrants that can be traced back straight to Sicily, worked their fingers to the bone to build a financial empire, bought country clubs, golf courses, started them, home health care, living facilities for seniors. All that money, all that education, all that privilege. And what does he do? According to police, guns down United Healthcare CEO. And boy, according to them, did he have it all planned out, including the use of a 3D.
Yeah, look, there's the person right there. Dang it. There's a person. What is that person doing? Hold on.
He manufactured
Hold on. Let me go. Hold on. Oh shoot. I did.
guns daily, according to them, did he have it all planned out, including the use of a 3D manufactured at home ghost gun. No serial number, no way to identify it. As a matter of fact, if you do your research, you will learn that ghost guns are only traced less than 1% of the time. He thought he had it all figured out until an elderly patron having coffee at McDonald's saw him and raised the alarm. What more do we know? Listen.
Also recovered was a fraudulent New Jersey ID, matching the ID our suspect used to check into his New York City hostel before the shooting incident. Additionally, officers recovered a handwritten document that speaks to both his motivation and mindset.
Oh, my stars. Another manifesto. Nothing can make me happier than to have an accused killer write a manifesto about their feelings. Joining me, Dr. Bethany Marshall, renowned psychoanalyst, joining us out of LA, author of Deal Breaker. You can see her now on Peacock. Dr. Bethany, thank you for being with us. We hear veteran trial lawyer Jason Oceans jumping on something Joe Scott Morgan rightly said. Could this guy have been on pain meds? But did you just hear the New York City Police Commissioner Tisch state that he had this very well thought out manifesto? He had fake IDs. The degree of pre-planning is off the chart. Now, why he decided to keep his beloved ghost gun with him, which absolutely ties him to the murder, is beyond me. I guess that Ivy League graduate degree from University of Pennsylvania didn't help anything when it comes to this. Hey, this photo of the fake ID that he apparently obtained from New Jersey under the name Mark Rosario, that took some thinking from our friends at CNN. So, Dr. Bethany, could you help me shoot down what Joe Scott Morgan and Jason Oceans have concocted? I took a Xanax and therefore I didn't know what I was doing.
Well, Luigi Mangione's actions are consistent with multiple pathologies, psychopathologies. First of all, he's extraordinarily entitled to think that he could solve the whole healthcare crisis, that he's going to get rid of these parasites. He's anti-capitalist. He's also very, that's grandiose. It's entitled to take somebody's life. I don't believe this whole thing about the relative who was sick. I think that's just a rationalization for murder. I think he's been homicidal since his youth. He wears what we call the mask of sanity.
Hold on. Let me see her. Dr. Bethany, you just brought up a really good point, and I don't want it to get lost in the sauce. People are trying to rationalize it. They can't believe, oh, what's a millionaire boy like Luigi Mangione with his Ivy League degree? Why would he do such a thing? You know, nobody gives it that much thought when it's street crime. They're like, hey, book him. He's guilty. But now we're like, oh, why did he do it?
I think actually there's a clear motive. And to me, he has the type, or he would be consistent with the type of psychopathology where the person attacks the very institutions and people who are trying to help them. Okay, so think of the person in a restaurant who screams at the waiter, who's trying to do everything for them. They just think they can't get enough service. These baby-like people. So he's anti-capitalist, but he comes from a very wealthy family from whom he has benefited.
Wait. How can you be anti-capitalist when you are at the trough of capitalism?
Exactly.
You're like eating more than anybody else. You're a pig.
Yeah. Well, pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered. In other words, people who want more and more and more, it never works out well for them. And also, you know, he has this Ivy League education. He's also anti-medicine, anti-insurance. I bet insurance covered for that very extensive procedure that he had. So this again is where he's attacking the institutions that are there to help him. So some people's pathology is such that they always think things are being done to them rather than for them. And when these people go to the hospital, they think the doctors, the nurses, everybody's, torturing them, not giving them what they need, and they have a difficult time putting themselves in the doctor's shoes. The fact that the doctor is there to help them. In terms of medication, Nancy, the only role I could see is that opioids, and most surely he was prescribed those, activate the mu receptors in the brain. And those are the same receptors that are activated when our mothers hold us as children. So given that—
Hold on, Dr. Bethany, wait just a moment, please. Look, we're showing photos of him on the beach in Hawaii. Okay. I don't know who can, I work every day. My husband works every day. My twins go to school every day and they work in the summer. Who has time to take this much time off in Hawaii and live in a luxury high rise? How does that happen? Yet you're anti-capitalist. What? That doesn't make sense to me. 2 and 2 is not equaling 4.
No, it doesn't equal 4 unless you think of somebody who's extremely disturbed and they are resentful and envious of the people who are giving something to them. Think of babies. The minute the mother leaves the room, the baby screams and cries and wants the mother even more. And that's appropriate for infancy, but the baby doesn't really care or is not able to grasp that the mother might be tired or depressed or whatever, has other siblings to take care of. And so if someone gets stuck in that developmental phase, nothing that they're given is enough. And they don't care about anybody around them. They scream and cry for whatever they want.
In high school, he is the valedictorian of the Gilman School for Boys, a private school in Baltimore. As an Ivy League graduate of the University of Pennsylvania, he is a tech whiz. But somewhere along the way, Luigi Mangione developed a grudge against the medical community, either due to how a sick relative is treated or maybe his own treatment. An X-ray photo on his X account shows 4 pins in a spine, and he has 5 books involving chronic back pain on his reading list on his Goodreads account.
Join us on our mission of our content,
but also maintain Gilman's most important traditions. I think this combination of preservation and exploration is what Gilman is all about. Gilman maintains its classic core values by cultivating minds, body, and spirit in its students, but also champions an environment of acceptance and diversity, while excelling in its technological endeavors. Our imagination draws from your inspiration, and our courage largely depends on your encouragement in the classroom, on the fields, and on the stage. So parents and faculty, thank you for all you have done for us. Today is as much an achievement for you as it is for us.
That is from the Gilman School, which is a private college preparatory school for boys only. Costs, I think, over $40,000 a year. I guarantee you he wasn't bussing tables to pay that tuition bill. Cheryl McCollum joining me, forensic expert and street cop. Cheryl, so often when we prosecute and investigate crimes, we see the defendant, and this is not an excuse at all, comes from low income, a low education, or no education, no job, and they end up committing crimes. That's not an excuse. There is no justification for violent crime, period. But rarely do you see an Ivy League grad with multimillionaire family members commit a crime like this. And even more rare is when the first
I don't know why the sound went away. There's no sound, guys. Hold on one second. I wonder if it's, hold on. Wonder why. How long has it been no sound? I'll do, all right, let me try this again. Okay, hopefully that'll work.
We know that, but murder is not the answer. We were listening to Luigi Mangione as the valedictorian at the Gilman School, speaking about all the values that the Gilman School maintains. This guy came from so much privilege. Listen.
The suspected killer of United Health CEO Brian Thompson comes from a wealthy, educated, connected Maryland family. His grandfather grew up poor as a first-generation American who built a real estate business that includes country clubs and media investments. Mangione is the cousin of Republican Maryland House of Delegates member Nino Mangione. His mother, Kathleen Zanino Mangione, owns a travel company, and his sister, Maria Santamangione, is a respected doctor, a medical resident at UT Southwestern Medical Center in Dallas after graduating from Vanderbilt Medical School.
Right now, the information we're getting from Altoona is that the gun appears to be a ghost gun, may have been made on a 3D printer, the capability of firing a 9mm round. Obviously, that will come out during our ballistics testing.
Joining me in an all-star panel, but now straight out to Tom Smith, former NYPD detective, 30 years, now co-host of the Gold Shields podcast. Tom, I want to talk about the ghost gun. What's your experience with ghost guns and guns made from 3D printers? You can make one at home. You get the parts. You can even get them online. Hey, here are some photos from our friends at CNN. What do you know, Tom?
Yeah, they're extremely dangerous and kind of taking over criminality today. And the way it's done, it's really simple. You can buy a 3D printer for anywhere from $300 to $3,000 and literally create, this is what I'm holding in front of you, the frame of a 9mm. You can create this. It's polymer, it's plastic, and this is what's created in these 3D printers. Then you go and just separately buy all the metal parts that you need to make the gun functional. Those are done and bought in kits or separately. And the problem with the ghost gun is there's no identifying markings on it. There's no serial numbers. There's nothing. They are clean. And then when you go and buy the parts or the kits, those also have no identifying numbers on them or serial numbers. So that creates a very, very dangerous weapon that police cannot trace when a crime is committed.
Now, generally speaking, firearms are manufactured by licensed companies, and they all have serial numbers displayed on the frame of the gun. That allows cops like you to trace the gun back to the manufacturer, the firearms dealer, and the original purchaser. Not true with the ghost gun, Tom.
No, they're absolutely untraceable. There are no identifying markings on them whatsoever. So even if you commit the crime with it and discard it, it's still not going to come back to anything if it's recovered, much less in this instance, catching him with it. There's no traceable evidence to it, to where it came from, who manufactured it, or anything. It's going to be strictly on his statements of having that gun on him.
You know, Tom Smith, I don't know about you, but not out loud to a jury, of course, but sometimes I wonder who is going about their day and they suddenly think, hey, I'm going to go online and I'm going to get the parts to 3D build a ghost gun with a silencer, aka suppressor. Who, A, has time to think about building their own gun with a 3D printer, thinks about a suppressor, aka silencer? Who does that? Why not just, if you have to have a gun, why don't you just go down to the gun shop and buy one? I mean, I think I know the answer, but let me hear you tell it.
Yeah, it's just it's another aspect of criminality, and it's dangerous, and it's a horrible heartbreak for what's going on in this country with untraceable weapons. It's just constant. And the thing that you just said, Nancy, you can make this gun and put it together in a couple hours. By the time it's dried and you're able to break it apart in a couple of hours if you have the mechanical parts to it already in your possession.
You can get these online and put them together at home. How hard is it, Tom?
It's not hard at all. I mean, look at the internet today. You can build anything. It's step by step. All you got to do is watch a video.
And, you know, the first one was fired back around, I think around 2013. And look how they have taken over, Tom Smith.
Oh yeah, they're now it's not even handguns, it's long guns as well. You can get, the receivers to this made and then buy the other parts to a long gun now, an AR or anything like that. It's taken on a world of its own, which is really dangerous.
Hermania Rodriguez joining us, chief U.S. reporter for DailyMail.com. Hermania, with all the pre-planning, the meticulous visiting the scene, going to a hostel under a fake name, getting a fake jersey ID, getting a fake passport, wearing a mask everywhere, his getaway on the bike, going through Central Park, changing clothes. It's almost out of a James Bond movie, except he kept the ghost gun. He kept the passport. He kept the fake ID. He kept about $10,000, which he contests cash with him and foreign currency. Is it true? He still had the ghost gun on him.
Correct. That's one of the interesting things about these cases. He did go through so much preparation, yet he made several mistakes that got him caught. The first one, of course, being when he pulled down his mask to flirt with an employee at the hostel. That's how police were able to get his image, which eventually led to his arrest. And as you mentioned, he had on him at the time of his arrest all these clues that then, aside from his face, of course, made it clear to police that this was their guy. I mean, he kept the same ID that police already had issued a picture of because the hostel had a picture of that fake ID from New Jersey. He also had the same exact weapon as well as the silencer, Nancy. So yeah, a lot of preparation, but there were several things that he overlooked, which eventually led to his demise.
I mean, think about it. Cheryl McCollum explained it's not hard to break down a gun. Oh, the photos of the gun are from our friends at CNN. Cheryl, if he could put the gun together, he couldn't think to break it down and leave various parts of it in bodies of water or different trash cans along his bus route.
He was proud of this gun, Nancy. He made it. He took the time to get the plans, to get the equipment, to get all the material. He was never going to throw that gun away. This is something that means more to him than the average person could understand. It is also associated with the biggest thing he's ever going to do in his life. He's proud of that moment. If you look at, again, what he did, the time that he took, staying for the 10 days, building the gun, taking a bus ride, getting the Monopoly money, writing the manifesto, waiting on the victim. This was not something he planned in a day or a week. This is something that meant a lot to him.
You know, Jason Oceans, we are now looking toward extradition. Extradition, I've handled 100 of them. They take about 10 minutes. It's not about finding guilt or innocence. Extradition, it can be from another state, like from Pennsylvania, in this case to New York. It can be from Mexico or Paris to the U.S. if we've got an extradition treaty. But nobody's saying, did you do this? There's no jury trial. It's just very simple. It's A, are you Luigi Mangione? And 2, are you the Luigi Mangione named in this warrant for your arrest? That's all it is.
Right. It's just you have some speedy trial issues that come into play in terms of extradition, and from the time that you have a suspect in custody. And so that's exactly as you said. That's in play now. Simple extradition. NYPD detectives will take him. I don't know that he'll object. It doesn't make any sense to. It just prolongs the process, and they bring him to New York.
Here's a technical legal term. I don't know if they taught you this at your law school, but A lot of times in extradition hearings, you run into a world-class a-hole, and they just won't agree to extradition. They'd rather languish in this case, Pennsylvania CI in Huntington, as opposed to facing the music in New York. It's going to happen. All you have to do is get a fingerprint and go, he's not telling us, but this is Luigi Mangione. And he is the Luigi Mangione in this warrant. That's all it is. It's 2 questions. But sometimes, because the defendant is an a-hole, technical legal term, they won't agree. Yes. So you just send them back to the jail till you get the fingerprint, and you say, enjoy your stale sandwich.
Exactly. And you're sitting county, not assigned a prison cell in a group setting. At that point, take the extradition and deal with the notoriety, and at least perhaps you'll have your own cell instead of being in a group. It's about all he's got looking forward to.
You are hearing Jason Oceans, who has handled many, many extradition hearings, but now listen to Chief of Detectives Joe Kinney.
We're going to have to work that out with the Manhattan District Attorney's Office in Altoona, Pennsylvania. He's going to be facing gun charges there. And at some point, we'll work out through extradition to bring him back to New York to face charges here, working with the Manhattan District Attorney's Office.
Luigi Mangione has been ordered held without bail and does not enter a plea in his first court appearance in Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania. Mangione is escorted to his preliminary arraignment in handcuffs with multiple police officers from different departments walking with him as he is facing 5 charges, including 1 felony count of forgery and 1 felony count of carrying a firearm without a license. Mangione is the lone person of interest in the brazen murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in Manhattan last week, but he's not charged with that crime.
I'm sure Defense Attorney Jason Oceans doesn't want to hear this, but Joe Scott Morgan joining me, professor of forensics, he stated very plainly, hey, you know what? I respect the FBI. You guys have done so much for our country. Let me just save you some time. I acted alone. He's perfectly coherent. So, Joe Scott, here's my question to you. What do you think will be the single most important evidence in this case? And I'm guessing it's going to be forensics.
Yeah, it will be, but I think maybe in a different area. It's going to be electronic forensics. Let's think about what we have. He's going to be tracked moving along. Now that we know who this guy is, his movements on the bus line, did he have multiple phones? Did he have an actual phone that had his name attached to it, as well as a burner phone that maybe was tracked concurrently with the burner phone? Also, we haven't talked a lot about Brian Thompson here. What did this guy do to stalk him? We go back to this idea that he knew he was in Manhattan, that he knew he was at this meeting. Is his history, digital history, going to have a big reveal about this relative to him, following him day to day? Did he ever actually make any trips to Minneapolis to kind of inspect that area? That's going to be a big part of this, is putting all of this together. I think that, yeah, the ballistics are unique, I think, if you can even attach it. But I think one of the biggest pieces of evidence here is all of this electronic data that's going to come into play. And also, don't forget this, Nancy, he has a real understanding and a real love for AI. We've seen this throughout his social media posts, the life that he lived, his bachelor's and master's degree in computer science. The 3D ghost gun, he's familiar with that. That's a big part of new technology, and just being able to generate false IDs. All of that along the way is going to be a big, big dagger in the heart for him.
Cheryl McCollum, you know what? Let me just give you an example. The ghost gun, for Pete's sake, is the single most important piece of evidence. I tie it with a fingerprint.
The single most important piece of evidence to me is we've got him on freaking video committing murder. Everything else is going to be tied to it. The gun, the clothing, fingerprint, everything else is coming. DNA.
Single most important piece.
Video.
And quickly to Hermania Rodriguez, dailymail.com. What happens now? We're just waiting on the extradition hearing?
Correct. So he's supposed to appear in court again in Pennsylvania today, and now the process of extradition moves along. Charges have already been filed in New York, so we don't have to wait for him to be physically in New York for that. But now that process starts, and we are yet to hear what his defense is going to be. Is he going to oppose extradition, as you mentioned? And that's what's going to start now, the legal process, and all this evidence is going to emerge.
Tonight, we honor two American heroes. Number one, the so-called elderly patron having his or her coffee at a McDonald's just like every single morning, who took it upon themselves, whether they knew it or not, to risk their lives to catch an alleged killer. We discussed earlier how very often arrests go sideways, much less the arrest of a violent criminal who's carrying a loaded ghost gun. And also hero Tyler Fry, a beat cop, a patrol officer in Altoona PD. He knew he was going to apprehend the health boss assassin, as he has been called. Did he shrink back? No. He strode in and he made the arrest by the book. If it weren't for those two individuals, Brian Thompson's two boys may never have answers, but tonight they do. Thank you to that patron at McDonald's and to Patrol Officer Tyler Fry. Thank you to our guests joining us tonight, but especially to you for being with us tonight and every night. Nancy Grace signing off. I'll see you tomorrow night, 6 and 9 o'clock.
Okay. I didn't realize when I played it that was the long version, but hey, we got a treat. We got a nice long Nancy Grace treat, huh? Anyway, yeah, so that's about it, guys. It's about all I got. There's one. Look, donations. Which Luigi was charged with murder, then donations started pouring in. Charges murder, more than 1,000 donations have poured into an online fundraiser for his legal defense. Well, what one are they using? Or they have a GoFundMe, I wonder? Let's see, messaging support and websites are selling Mangione web merchandise. Wanted posters for the faces of the CEOs have appeared on walls. An unsettling mixture of folk hero, celebrity, and online crush in certain circles. His support was only seemingly intensified since his arrest. Most of the messages on the crowdsourced fundraising Give It, Send Go reflected deep frustration shared by many Americans over the U.S. healthcare system. Wait a minute, nothing was even on there when I just looked. Unless if that one was for commissary, maybe there's one that's not. Let me see, hold on. Where some treatments and reimbursements can be denied that to patients depending on their insurance coverage, as well as broader anger over rising income inequality and soaring executive pay. Denying healthcare coverage to people is murder. No one gets charged with that crime. One donor wrote, calling the killing justifiable homicide. More than 31,000 had been I guess I have to find it. 31,000 had been raised as of Wednesday on Give, Send, Go alone. All right, let me see. They matched a gun on Mangione with shell casings recovered at the scene and with his fingerprints, the water bottle and an energy bar wrapper. So they matched that. All right, hold on. Let me look at that real quick and then let's see, hold on. Oh yeah, here it is. Here we go. Dang. So the commissary thing hasn't got anything yet, but this one, 41,000. They're asking for 200,000, or their goal is 200,000 for legal fundraiser for this suspect allegedly involved in the shooting of the United Healthcare. I mean, this started, yeah, it had to have started yesterday. So one day, or was it 2 days ago? Just even so, 2 days. 2 days they raised 41,000? Or was that yesterday? Why can't my days, it seems like it was yesterday, but why do I think I might have skipped a day? Hold on a second. When was he caught? Yesterday or today? Or yesterday or 2 days ago is my question. Because my days just merge. Hold on. Does anybody know offhand? Because I want to know, like 1 or 2 days, he raised 41,000? Unbelievable. That's crazy. Entitled. Give us. There we go. So give, share, pray. So yeah, you give, share, or pray. I waited for an appointment for a year, and after they tried to delay it further, they have also delayed my other appointment twice, and I'm unsure if I'll get it on the third try. Your concerns are valid, and some of their behaviors during checkups are despicable. If they find an opportunity, they won't hesitate to commit SA. Deny, defend, oppose. Good luck to you, Luigi. A cloud had been forming for the space of 1,500 years. At the end of the 1,500 years, as it bursts, you are putting the thunderbolt on its trial. The first time I heard about you, I thought you were just another heartless killer because that's how the media kept portraying you as, but something in me made me want to dig deeper into why you did what you did. And after that, I realized you perfectly sum up how we all feel about the insurance healthcare system. You brought so many of us together despite our differences. Thank you. Oh my God. I'm a pacifist who does not believe in the death penalty, but I am deeply concerned that people can essentially sign thousands of death warrants with no accountability. Tragic outcomes all the way around. There are no winners in the society that allows this. We cannot send one moral message and then expect the masses to abide by opposite morals. Thank you for making positive changes in the healthcare system as well as our society. We stand with you. Thank you for the Now, I mean, if it ends up making changes, but is there really going to be? I don't know. I mean, what do you guys? I just don't. What are you going to do? Anyway. We've gotten a mailing address for Luigi. We're writing directly to him to see what he would like us to do with these funds. Thank you for your continued support of this legal fund. We'll keep you abreast of ongoing. No, let me click. Oh, there we go. Of ongoing updates. So here is the. If you want to write to him, the letter is on its way. Here's what we wrote. Dear Luigi, you are going through a lot right now, but we wanted to let you know that we set up a legal defense fund for you, and we have received over 30,000 and counting to put towards your defense. Or if you do not want funds toward the defense or of other political prisoners. Oh, they're saying if you don't want the funds toward the defense of other political prisoners. Along with donations have come hundreds of messages of support for you. We are reaching out to your legal defense as well in case this letter doesn't reach you. If you or your lawyer want to call us, we can be reached at. You can also email, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Well. Dang it. This is a preemptive legal fundraiser for the suspect allegedly involved in the shooting of the United Healthcare CEO. We are not here to celebrate violence, but we do believe in the constitutional right of fair legal representation. He's taken in custody as suspect December 9th. Oh, December 9th. So yeah, 2 days. Well, I guess 3, but really 2 because it's midnight, you know. His address has been made available. We're writing him to open all line of communication. See, this is the next Wade Wilson. All right, y'all. Oh, thanks, Deb. Wait, did I already thank you? Or maybe I did. I think I did actually. Okay, thank you again. Well, I bet you they will get 200,000 because I mean, if they already in the 2 days already got 41,000, they're probably going to surpass 200,000. Wow. Unbelievable. Let me see what this does. Oh, you could just pray. Huh. What is it? Oh, you share. Monthly subscription. Huh. All righty then. Well, guys, there you go. There. Oh, and his thing is up to 414.4 thousand. And what they say, he had like 63 or something really small. I'm surprised Twitter. Yeah, Twitter hasn't taken him down. Everybody else has suspended his account or taken it down. But wow. Huh. Wait, what was this one? Oh shoot. Oh no, this one was stupid actually. Maybe not, but okay. Oh yeah, Sarah, that one article you sent me, I didn't share it because it's making me subscribe. The one from LA Times, it's making me subscribe. It'll pick it up for a second and then a big thing comes up where I can't read it. I hate when they do that. Sometimes you might be able to get it on your phone. I mean, like sometimes you could get ones on your phone and then when you do them on the computer or vice versa, it's weird. Or sometimes you could like get away with doing one and then, but yeah, it's not letting me. But no biggie. It'll be okay because I'm tired and I am not, I don't have any, yeah, I feel like how long have I been live? 4 hours. Yeah, I think I've been good. Oh, it's windy here like crap too, dude. You hear it? No? Hold on, let me mute. If I mute it, you can't hear it, but I want it. Yeah, that's not going to work. Never mind. I was going to try to hear it, put it on my phone, what you guys are hearing, and see if I could hear, but that's not going to work. That was probably one of the more stupider thoughts that I've thought of. More stupider. Yeah, I'm smart. Anyway. Okay. Redacted. How are you doing? I got stacked. Wait. I got to know it. I got to know it. Then we got Wyatt. We got Marnie for Mega. You saw where I accidentally removed your comment. That was an accident. I pulled it out, my phone out of my pocket, and then I hit my finger touched something, and then it removed it. I couldn't figure out how to unremove it. I don't know if you can do that. I was trying to like click on, because I was just on my phone. I was trying to like click on it again to see if it let me unremove it, but I couldn't figure it out. So sorry about that. I don't even know what your comment said that I removed. He had bodyguards. Yeah. And sorry, Delana, about your dog, right? Fine, Fina. Oh, that's so sad. I can't even think about Zeke's. All right, y'all. I'll see ya when I'll see ya. What is today? Wednesday. Wednesday. So maybe I don't know when. I'm still waiting. I keep checking the mail for the Wade stuff, but I haven't got it yet. Haven't got it yet, but we'll see. All right. Do you guys hear the wind though? Do you or no? Wait, what are you talking about saying? When did I what when I was saying what though? Reading the comment and I was like, what? I'm confused. About what? Heard what? Oh, you heard that. But what Oh, what were you saying that what did I say that you thought I was reading a comment? What was I saying? I mean, what was I reading? I have no idea. This is the next guy, Zav. The next guy? You guys are confusing me. I don't even know what that means. Oh, great. Yeah, this will be. Oh, my haters are going to love this. I'm like, what are you guys talking about? I don't know. I'm confused. But I don't know. Next guy. This is the next guy. This guy, Luigi, is the next what guy? That person's name. Oh, okay. CEO of United, next CEO, next. Oh, the next. Oh, I get it. Yes, this is it. Yeah, it's true. And this one's gonna get he's gonna get way more positive stuff because of a lot of people actually think he's some kind of hero. I mean, like I said, I get it. The hell, I mean, trust me, I get it. I don't have health insurance right now, and I'm getting bills like crazy because when I did have it, the insurance that I did have was crap, and I was paying so much, and I was still getting huge bills. It's like, what am I even paying this every month if and then so I'm like, screw this. I'm gonna go and not have insurance and see if I could get like a sliding scale type payment and stuff that it might work out better than the insurance or whatever. But I don't know, it didn't work. And then I tried to apply for Medicaid last year, and then I sent it in, and then it was like 3 times I was missing something, and then finally, when I finally got everything I needed, they said, "Oh, well, it's too late now, so you gotta wait till next year." Or something, like, I had to wait till I think they said next year. It's like, "What?" Like oh, well. So believe me, I have issues too, but he is not a hero, like, in my eyes. Like, I mean, I get if because what's gonna happen? Like, do you think there's really gonna be these big changes? Like, I feel like all he did was he killed a father. He killed somebody's probably son, brother, father. He probably basically killed his parents in a way, like, you know what I'm saying? Because not kill, because they lost their son. I mean, he's gonna be going away for a long time. And then yeah, I don't see him doing that, accomplishing anything but bad things. Now that Penny guy, Daniel Penny, like, I get that, yeah. Something like that. There are instances where, it can be for, like, a greater cause where it's, like, something that is needed, but this was just senseless. I really think it's senseless. Wait, what? What do you mean? Why are you I don't get No, I'm not gonna lie with somebody. Why do you ask? Huh? You're trying to say their name, but you thought you were reading the comment. Oh, guy. Oh, guy. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna unalive anybody, but I don't understand why you asked that. What do you mean? Zab, are you gonna unalive someone though? No. Why am I not following what that means? What you're trying to say? Explain it real quick before I end it. Dude, it's gonna like blow in this window. Oh, Medicaid. Yes, I see. I see. No, because it wouldn't accomplish anything. What would that accomplish? You know what I'm saying? Like, if I couldn't do that regardless, but I mean, I could see if somebody I don't wanna say unalive anybody ever is good, but, like, if it was to somehow if there would be some kind of end result that was, like, something that was good and needed and then it happened, but, like, what is I don't know, it just doesn't accomplish anything. Um, yeah, I mean, a lot of us are screwed by insurance and hate insurance, but it's just yeah. Yeah. So and now just to hear that first manifesto is probably not even his, like, with his mom and his brother, then, like, what is it? Yeah, we all struggle with the health insurance, but, like, what is it for you on a personal level happened to you so bad, it's worth taking somebody else's life because just your back surgery? We all like, do you know how many people freaking suffer from back problems? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's your excuse for killing somebody? I don't know. I mean, I know it's bigger than that, but it's just oh. Anyway. All right, guys. Bye, everybody. You have a good night. And the page for United Board. United Board? What's that? I don't know what United Board is. Wyatt? Oh, there was yeah, because they said they were taking down like all the top people for like, yeah, so they don't become freaking on the hit list of people. I hope we don't have like a copycat or whatever, like somebody that wants to continue, like, oh, I'm going to continue Luigi's work and then goes and freaking does that to a bunch of other, something like that is what this is going to cause. And I feel like, why do I feel like in the end, it's going to end up hurting the cause, hurting the issue rather than helping it. I don't know. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I feel like it could have an opposite effect on it for some reason, but all right. Bye, guys. No, I did say Medicaid though, Marnie. Yeah, it's Medicaid, not Medicare. Medicare is for oh my God. Medicaid is based on your income. Medicare is like age, or I think you could even get it for like other certain things, right? But it's more like, when you're a certain age, like what is it? 60? I don't know. You have to be like old. But yeah, Medicaid is you're poor. You're poor, basically. All right, guys. Bye, bye, bye. I am sane. I'm gonna prove you wrong. I'm gonna prove you wrong right now. Bye.